awkward, autistic, in my 40s, ugly, overweight, crippled, got a weird balding pattern, and have bad skin. You know what I didn't do? Choose to become a fascist, because I recognize most of the sort that look like me are the problem. I may be hideously ugly and pathetic, but at least I'm not a fascist. Thank you for your input, buddy. You're, really helping the situation. The reason young men flock to alt-right MRA movements is because the left gives brain-dead advice to young men. We need to be more compassionate to them, for our own sake. I'm sorry, but how is respect women brain-dead advice? What advice? Don't rape? Don't be a rapist is bad advice? Help, I have no friends or community, I feel suicidal. Have you considered not raping? Act like a decent fucking human being, it's not hard, is brain-dead advice? Brain-dead advice like, get consent and don't be a Nazi and women are people. Walking up to men struggling with loneliness and depression like,
kids, don't be racist.
Incredible. Here's my actual advice I would give to my teen boys as a leftist. 1. Always get enthusiastic consent. 2. Save the planet. 3. Don't say that. It's actually kind of racist. Like, what the f is this? How does this address men and their issues? It doesn't. Why does their advice always seem to be, become a liberal? Hey men, here's how to fix all your problems. Agree with me politically. Men flock to the MRA movement because they're the largest beneficiaries of MRA shit. Imagine saying women flock to women's rights activism because they're the biggest beneficiaries of women's rights. Like, no f***ing shit. Let's be honest. Aside from procreation purposes, men have become obsolete. Most women can find other methods of achieving orgasm without a man there. And speaking as a man, most of us are horrid to be around, and I don't blame any woman for just saying, no thanks. Oh my god, dude, this is what every Just Pearly Things tweet looks like to me. Just with the genders swapped. This is pathetic. You know what fixes male loneliness? F***ing off. As a man, I'll say this. Sit down, shut up, and beat one out. You'll feel better, I promise. Yeah guys, just beat one out, just off, just watch. Batman will be very disappointed in all of you. It's so funny how men feel entitled to a girlfriend. No, you sexist freak. When one side is like, wanting a girlfriend is sexist entitlement, and the other side is like, here's how to get a girlfriend. I don't know, bro. What happened to males just kicking the bucket? Now they just come on here and try to make their loneliness and misery into some social justice issue. Oh, trust me. Men are still kicking the bucket. And when they're not giving mind-blowing advice like just to be a liberal, they're outright dismissing men's issues completely. It's not our job to educate them. Since men created the problem, they need to take steps to fix it. We have other things to care about. Men can figure out their own problems that they created. Again, it's not women's jobs to change how men are socialized. It's a man issue and y'all need to address that amongst yourselves. Men created their own problems. Men can solve their own problems. The left is busy. Why does the well-being of other people concern me? Leftist, by the way. It's all systemic issues and societal factors and blah 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 until it's a man and then suddenly it's pull yourselves up by your bootstraps. This problem is just a consequence of the patriarchy. Now take a wild guess about which gender created the patriarchy. Solve your own problems and leave women alone. These people rightly mock the bootstraps rhetoric until the subject is a man, and then it's bootstraps all the way down. They would never talk about any other group this way. It's wild. And it's kind of like both sides are telling men to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, but one is like, I'll show you how, and the other is like, f off. And when they're not telling men to straight up f off, they're giving the 200 IQ answer that nobody has ever heard before. Just show your emotions, bro. And I'm not dismissing this problem, okay? I've made videos talking about this. Oh, you're crying at your grandfather's funeral? Okay, f it. And studies have shown that men are scared to be vulnerable, even around the homies. And can you blame them when the media says stupid like this? Fellas, is it woke to open up to your fellow men and discuss history? Men are socialized to believe strength, dominance, and stoicism are behaviors of a real man. Is it any surprise that men are lonely and have less friends nowadays? You have to be vulnerable to make friends. Don't tell me there aren't systemic problems affecting men. Now, while a lot of this may be true, men have been socialized this way for centuries, and this is all relatively a new phenomenon. Toxic masculinity has existed forever. If anything, there's less toxic masculinity nowadays. The cultural embrace of, like, gender nonconformity, femboys, Harry Styles in a dress, Barbie movie, blah 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 blah. My point is, toxic masculinity did not just appear in the mid-2010s, but social media did, and the internet did, and the rise of dating apps did, and the housing crisis, and living in a country where the wealth inequality is worse than it was during the Gilded Age. That all happened recently. Oh my god, the privileged life these poor little boys must have, that their biggest problem is being lonely, i.e. so insufferable that nobody wants to sleep with them. So much more pressing than the poor distribution of wealth causing people to suffer food and housing insecurity. Boo-hoo, you're lonely and have no friends and are suicidal when? Because feeling alienated under capitalism apparently isn't a thing. People are working harder and longer while wages have been stagnant, men have been dropping out of college like flies, and what does that get you? Poor men. Which, since women are doing amazing in college now, and many are now out-earning men, this most of the time leads to single men, which then leads to lonely men, which leads to depressed men, which leads to the high suicide rate. In my opinion, leftism at a policy level does a great job addressing the shitty material conditions that in part lead to the problems that men are facing, but then absolutely drops the ball when it comes to everything and anything related to men's cultural issues. Many such cases. And why would a struggling man even want to move left when the left appears actively hostile to them?
The question of whether or not the hashtag online left does enough to appeal to hashtag men has become the question du jour. And like, men have most of the money, authority, and do most of the murdering and assaulting.
The average young man in America isn't Jeff Bezos. Also, why did this motherfucker just FBI crime statistics at me? Men do the most murder. Okay?
They like having all of the stuff they don't deserve. They like that. They want it to stay that way because it suits them. Because of the stuff, telling people they're special and deserve all the nice shit that they have, that's going to be an easier sell 10 times out of 10 than like saying, hey, maybe you should have less stuff and other people should have more.
Leftism is when you don't have a lot of stuff. We're gonna take your stuff. You sound like a 65-year-old Fox News boomer's idea of what the left is. Are you a CIA agent? The right is saying to men, you will own a house. You will have beautiful children with your loving wife. You will have privacy. You will have free speech. You will own things, and you will be happy. And the left is like,
they like having all of the stuff they don't deserve.
But don't get me wrong, Republicans will not do shit. The Republican Party will not do shit. The establishment in general will not do shit to help any of this. But the right is, at least rhetorically, offering men something other than nothing or the eternal HR department. Every time this discord comes up, there's people like, we need a leftist Andrew Tate. We need masculine role models on the left. But the fact is, it's hard for progressives to organically appeal to men, because a large part of progressivism is oppressive hierarchies, and men are oppressors. Making progressivism look appealing to young men is an uphill battle from the start. And although it's funny to laugh at insane people on Twitter, as always, there have been a lot of left-wing content creators talking about men's issues. If you would have told me this would be a thing 9 years ago, I would not believe you, because anyone talking about men's issues back in the day was called an MRA or a pick-me. But lately I have seen a lot of good pro-men lefty content, and I'll put some links to some below. I don't agree with all the points they say, but I recommend watching. It's much better than,
they like having all of the stuff they don't deserve.
But the issue is a lot of this lefty pro-men content, it's always framed around, how do we get them? As if men are just pawns and tools for your personal politics. How do we make the left more appealing to men? How do we stop lonely men from moving to Andrew Tate? Instead of just, how do we help men? And I think that's a really big issue. Both sides seem to treat men as political fodder. Disposable soldiers in the culture war and real war. Anyway, misandry is real. Oh good, finally! And while it doesn't systemically affect cis men, it most certainly affects trans men. Oh. Y'all talking about misandry doesn't harm men, and trans men are right there reading this shit, by the way. I see, now we only care about misandry because it affects trans men. Everyone stop! It's affecting a group I care about now. I love how the rhetoric just like evolved overnight from male tears to cis male tears. And I just have to ask, why aren't you including trans men in your misandry,
Nobody told me how lonely being a man is. We knew what depth felt like before we transitioned. We knew what it felt like to like have people want to hug us and to have people want to talk to us and to have a community. And then you transition and you're just a guy walking down the street that people cross the street so that they're not near you. And friendships are so much harder to build. What's hard is none of this invalidates how real and raw women and people who are in marginalized groups feel about cis white men. All of that's valid. But I also now understand why the suicide rate is so much higher in men.
Welcome to being a man. Here's your complimentary isolation and yellow pillow. I love how even when he's experiencing the issues of being a man, he's like, this doesn't invalidate people hating men. Come on, bro. Men struggling don't want to be lectured about the patriarchy. They don't want to be told it's all their fault. They don't want to be told they're part of the problem because, first of all, they're not. The average 20-year-old didn't build society. They go to work, come home, off to sissy hypno fetish porn, and go to bed like everyone else. I've talked about this before, but a lot of men's value comes from the money they make, unfortunately. Men are natural providers, and if they have nobody to provide for, they get into findom or send random girls on the internet money. I'm just kidding, but the fact is, a lot of men simply feel like they don't have a purpose anymore. Whether a job or a career that's fulfilling and pays well, or a woman or family to protect and take care of and provide for, men are lacking purpose. And a man will crawl through broken glass for a purpose. But you know who does make them feel like they have a purpose? No, not him.
I say that life as a man is exceptionally difficult. I say the most beautiful and the most terrifying thing about being a man is you're born without value. Society doesn't care about you.
The absolute audacity to act shocked that Andrew Tate is scooping these guys up after a decade of lol male tears is insane. Andrew Tate isn't the solution to men's problems, but he is talking to them. The fact is, you did not care about them for years, and even now you just want to recruit them, not help them. And that's why you will fail. And hey, maybe I'll be the Andrew Tate of the left. Men, listen up. Wash your penis. So I guess I'll leave you guys with a question. Why do you think male loneliness has been increasing? What are your solutions for this problem? And are you dealing with loneliness? And I will see you guys next time with a new video. Bye! We're all just people on a floating rock paying taxes to pedophiles at the end of the day.
Many of you have requested a video about Hunter S. Thompson, whose most notable feat was being more drugs than man, as well as getting up to some pretty crazy antics, like creating an entire subgenre of journalism and having his ashes shot out of a cannon. However, this video is not about Thompson, because at the end of the day, he really was just an eccentric journalist. But he will be on the channel one day. But for now, I'm going to do you one better. Today's Mad Lad has partaken in all of the drugs, innovation and wacky hijinks that you could possibly ask of Thompson and more. Journalists may trade in information, but this guy knew too much even for them. So much that he was literally hunted to the ends of the earth by assassins, cartels, and even entire governments. Hunter S. Thompson walked so that today's Mad Lad could run. An iconoclast, a lover of adventure, mystery, and women. John McAfee. Please leave a like and a comment on this video because it really helps me in the algorithm. But before we get started, this video has a new sponsor, Omni Heroes. Omni Heroes is a heroic fantasy and strategy RPG for casual play, but provides enough of a challenge to keep you entertained. As an Omni Guardian, it will be up to you to rescue the captive Valkyries from demons and fight together against the evil threatening the world. You will summon forth 100+ legendary heroes, unlock multiple synergies, and match them with hundreds of team compositions at will. In Omni Heroes there are 3 types of synergies, which offer a diverse selection of 17 synergies. You can match over 100 hero team compositions at will, creating diverse synergies that stack powerful battle buffs. Turn adversity to your advantage with a tap of your fingers and conquer enemies with one blow. But the excitement doesn't end there. Dominate the global PvP arena by crafting unbeatable team compositions and engaging in fierce battles against players worldwide. Rise to the top of the global rankings, leaving your mark as a dominant force. So, if you are looking for a game that challenges your strategic prowess where every decision matters, Omni Heroes is the perfect fit for you. Since I like a competitive experience with gaming, I really enjoy the PvP battles, but I also really love the artwork of the game. The character design is peak. Also, the game has automated mechanics that can take over when you are tired and wanting a break. Worried about the time-consuming grind to level up? Well, fear not, since Omni Heroes has a unique leveling system that guarantees superb growth with just a tap. Say goodbye to the hassle and enjoy the effortless joy of insane power by simply completing daily quests. With a simple press of a button, accelerate your gains and loot as you demolish countless foes. Enjoy the chilled out gaming experience with Omni Heroes. And if you are worried about the drop rate for legendary heroes, click the link in the description down below to download Omni Heroes and claim 777 free summons through Valkyrie's bestowal right away. Brace yourself for an incredible start, as in the first week you'll secure a minimum of 5 legendary heroes. With over 1 million pre-registrations, everyone is guaranteed to obtain the extraordinary legendary hero Dorabella. What are you waiting for? Seize this opportunity and experience the excitement now. New sponsor, show them some love. Click the link. John David McAfee was born on the 18th of September 1945 in Cinderford, Gloucestershire, to an English mother named Joan Williams, which is literally the only normal thing about him. He was born on a military base while his father, Don McAfee, served with the 596th Ordnance Ammunition Company. And as you can tell from the fact that his dad's name was Don, this made Little John a red-blooded American. However, the Yanks weren't quite able to rob McAfee of his maternal birthright because he felt just as much a subject of God's country as a US citizen. Unfortunately though, McAfee couldn't stay in God's country because his family soon moved to the States when his father returned to civilian life as a road surveyor. But despite growing up in Roanoke, Virginia, life was not almost heaven for the young boy. Just a little disclaimer before we move on with the video, McAfee is obviously a Scottish surname, and the way John pronounces it, McAfee, is wrong. It's an incorrect pronunciation. It's meant to be McAfee, not McAfee, McAfee. So, bear with me throughout the video because the way I pronounce the word is probably going to chop and change because it really bothers me. And because this is absolute mad, lads, McAfee's dad was an abusive alcoholic. As McAfee's ghostwriter, Alex Cody Foster, put it, Don used to beat the shit out of his mum and John was there. He had to watch and he had to listen. All the time, as a child growing up, he had to watch his mum get the shit kicked out of her. And as if all that physical trauma wasn't enough, Don eventually inflicted severe psychological damage on his son by shooting himself in the head when McAfee Jr. was just 15. Or did he? We don't actually know what happened for certain because it's possible that McAfee Sr. didn't actually kill himself. Like father, like son. I mean, if that is the case, then the motive is pretty obvious. You can imagine why someone might have been pushed to the point of killing him after, in McAfee's words, growing up with a father who broke my arms and abused me to the point it was intolerable, abused my mother to the point that I did something about it. What did he mean by this? Well, the official record states that McAfee Sr.'s death was a suicide, and there is no record of McAfee Jr. contradicting that. However, Foster has claimed that McAfee actually admitted to murdering his father and staging it to look like a suicide. Ultimately, all we have is hearsay, so we can't really know what happened for sure. But yeah, McAfee may or may not have murdered his father and staged it to look like a suicide. Either way, this naturally fucked up the young McAfee forever and led to him falling into his most iconic vices because, in his words, he was sorrowful over the death of a father who had never shown me a single kindness. Nevertheless, McAfee didn't let such a traumatic childhood stop him from forging his own path as he came of age. McAfee started small, saying that his first job was mowing lawns or shoveling snow. But he quickly went on to start an impressive career while studying at Roanoke College, as he started his first business. The venture paid for all of the essentials that any student worth his salt needs to get through his studies. Drinking money, which, as a sign of things to come, was a lot. Like, a lot. The product that McAfee sold was magazines. Sort of. The magazines themselves were actually free, but McAfee would charge the customers for the shipping and handling,
Norm doesn't
which,
trust my
despite all
responsibilities.
being a
I
ruse,
wonder why.
made
Never mind
McAfee
that.
a
I need your
fortune.
assistance.
And according
Nay,
to
the
him,
movement
the
needs
key
your
was
assistance.
confidence. Something that
crashing
was
into the lock wasn't bad
invaluable
enough,
for
drops
all
from
of
the
his
near-
subsequent ventures. After graduating from college, McAfee studied for a PhD in maths at Northeast Louisiana State College, but he was kicked out in 1968 for dating an undergraduate student. But in probably the only honourable turn that he ever did for a woman, he did go on to marry her. He then spent the late 60s working for a company that coded punch card systems, which got McAfee into the computing world. Unfortunately, he ended up getting fired after being arrested for buying weed, which is weird because that's almost an absolute requirement for the tech business these days. From there, McAfee used a new IBM computer to calibrate the train schedules of the Missouri Pacific Railroad, while tripping balls on LSD. You know, because that's the man that you want to be in charge of the trains.
I can't cast
I mean, it was the 60s. It was the 60s after all, and this is when McAfee started to get really into drugs. On one occasion, he tried DMT, but because podcasts hadn't been invented yet, he didn't feel anything. So he took the whole bag at once, and as he put it, within an hour, my mind was shattered. McAfee then worked as a programmer for the Institute for Space Studies at NASA, and he worked on the Apollo program for a couple of years before spending the 70s on a tour of Silicon Valley, where he worked as a software designer at Univac, an operating system architect at Xerox, and he worked for Omex, all while on a daily diet of cocaine and a bottle of scotch that he would consume at his desk. But while McAfee was steadily working his way up the corporate ladder, the momentum wasn't very sustainable, and he ended up in a very rough spot in 1983. By this point, his wife had left him, he'd become a shut-in, and he began to contemplate suicide. But don't worry, McAfee would never kill himself. So instead, he started going to AA meetings, he sobered up and turned his life around.
That's still recharging.
For now. In 1986, McAfee was on the wagon and working for Lockheed when he saw Brain in action. Brain was the first computer virus to hit the newfangled IBM PCs. Brain was created by a couple of brothers from Pakistan named Basit Farooq Alvi and Amjad Farooq Alvi. And Brain was designed for a little bit of trolling as a copyright protection measure. You see, on the side of their job running a computer shop, the brothers had made heart monitoring software, and they were getting pissed off that it was being illegally copied and spread around for free by their customers. So they created Brain to track illegal copies and to slow down the pirates' floppy disk drives. And that was it. They went out of their way to make sure that the virus did nothing destructive to computers or delete any data. It just annoyed the victims a little bit and then popped up with a message containing the brothers' names, phone numbers and the address of their shop so that the pirates could contact them to get the virus removed after a small telling off. All the brothers wanted to do was say, "Hey, what's going on, big guy? You just pirated my software." But it somehow ended up spreading and it got a little out of hand, because the very first call that they received came from a very angry American, which set the tone for phone tech support to this day. But regardless of intentions, the genie was now out of the bottle, and viruses were about to hit the scene in a very big way, which is where McAfee came in. He put his entrepreneur cap on and thought up an idea that hadn't occurred to anyone else yet. A program that could detect and automatically remove viruses. To this end, he created a program called Virus Scan, which did just that, and made McAfee the pioneer that created the world's first antivirus software. In order to sell this software, McAfee founded McAfee Associates in 1987. And for all of you Zoomers out there, the object in that image is called a floppy disk. It was how computer programs and other files were stored and installed in the before times. Now, do not be fooled by the fact that it is neither floppy nor a disk, for this is a relic of great power that allowed your ancestors to play games in the days before Steam power. McAfee was wildly successful, and the software sold like hotcakes. So, the decade ended with the company bringing in $5 million a year. The success didn't just come thanks to McAfee getting into the game first, but also because he was ahead of the curve when it came to getting his software out there, for which he was described as a true pioneer, not just as a security technologist, but as one of the first companies to distribute software over the internet. In 1992, McAfee Antivirus was going strong when a virus called Michelangelo emerged, which McAfee very publicly hyped up as one of the worst viruses to date. Finally, a worthy opponent. Michelangelo was reputed to be such a monster of a computer virus that it was expected to hit up to 5 million computers. And there was only one thing that could protect them. Naturally, this caused demand for antivirus software to explode, which made McAfee Associates an absolute fortune and brought them enough success to go public. However, despite all of McAfee's warnings about the sheer threat of Michelangelo, it ultimately only ended up affecting not millions, but just a few 10,000 computers. How very Pfizer of them. After leading McAfee Associates to massive success, McAfee decided to leave the company in 1994, selling off his shares for a very tasty $100 million and spending the rest of the decade working on other tech startups. After getting a second divorce in 2002, McAfee then spent the 2000s living the tech bro lifestyle by getting really into yoga. He started the new millennium and celebrated the world not ending by buying 290 acres in Colorado to build a yoga retreat. And he wrote a bunch of books about yoga as well. But the downward dog wasn't enough, and McAfee wanted to imitate the upward dog as well. So he channeled his inner Howard Hughes by buying 157 acres in New Mexico to found a flight club called Sky Gypsies. The first rule of Flight Club is to make sure all hand luggage is stored in the overhead bagging compartment. Sorry. The idea behind the club was to popularise a sport called aero trekking, which involved flying planes very low over the desert. But as fun as that sounds, it is extremely fucking dangerous. And Not long after starting this initiative, McAfee suffered a huge crash in 2008. Yes, the big financial crash of 2008 cost McAfee so much money that his $100 million fortune tanked to just $4 million. And if you want to know exactly how that happened, just look around, because it's happening again right fucking now. Further compounding his financial woes, McAfee was also facing a number of lawsuits, one of which involved someone that died in an aerotrekking accident. So McAfee decided to sell up shop and move to Belize. And you all know what that means. Yes, that's correct. It's Belize time. Antivirus software, yoga retreats. I know you didn't want any of that shit, but we had to talk about it. You are my audience, and I know exactly what you want. It's Belize time. You want to get nuts? Let's get fucking nuts. McAfee moved to Belize. After all, why not? It has plenty of coastline, a government that knows its place, and all of the guns and wives that you can buy. Soon after settling in, he partnered up with a Harvard grad student who was doing research in the area named Alison Adenizio. Together, the pair set up Quorum X, which was dedicated to inventing herbal antibiotics. Adenizio's prior research involved testing a theory that the indigenous plants could disrupt the chemical signalling of bacteria, which is known as quorum sensing, hence the name. Upon hearing about this, McAfee got dollar signs in his eyes and basically gave Adenizio a bunch of money to do that research for him instead in a state-of-the-art lab that he built for her. But when he wasn't busy making cool new drugs, McAfee spent his free time taking drugs. McAfee may have been pretty wild earlier in his career, but his time in Belize saw his hedonism dialed up to a whole other level, involving bath salts, shitloads of alcohol, and rampant degeneracy with his harem in the comfort of his scat hammock. Which is exactly what it sounds like. It was a hammock that McAfee would get women to lie in, and it had a hole in it. And McAfee would lie under the hammock with his face directly under the hole, so that when the women relieved themselves, it would fall directly into his mouth. Allegedly. There is a very big allegedly on top of this, because McAfee has denied this just as strongly as he denied literal murder. He would get really upset if anyone ever brought this up, and he insisted that the women who revealed this were paid to lie about him. It's funny that for a man who admitted to so much crazy shit, this is where he draws the line. Though, it is a pretty reasonable line to draw. He also claimed that he never actually did bath salts and talked about them so much as a meme to trick drug users into taking something absolutely fucking insane. Elaborating on this, he said, and I quote, "It was the most tongue-in-cheek thing in the fucking world. If I'm going to do drugs, I'm going to do something that I know is good. I'm going to grab some mushrooms, number one, and maybe get some really fine cocaine. But anybody who knows me knows I would never do drugs."
Specimens you collected, adventurer.
Yeah.
Good money for
neither does
high-quality
Hunter Biden.
materials.
Plus,
that's for sure.
I don't see the shame in it. Being told McAfee does drugs is like being told a rock star does drugs. I mean, like, yeah, of course they do. In 2010, McAfee Associates was bought by Intel for $7.7 billion and renamed to Intel Security. His name was scrubbed from the company he founded in a deliberate move to distance itself from him and his increasingly wild reputation, which must have brought out some really strong feelings in McAfee. But, well, he had more than enough resources to easily throw a grey matter-esque hissy fit and flex on his former colleagues by cooking meth. There was no need. McAfee was actually thrilled. Because, like everyone else who ever used McAfee software after 1994, McAfee fucking hated it, and he was over the moon to no longer have his name attached to that garbage. He'd never even used it himself in the first place. As he put it himself, "I'm constantly under attack, yet I use no software protection. I protect myself by constantly changing my IP address, by not attaching my name to any device I use, and by not going onto sites where you might pick up a virus. Beyond the PR nightmare that McAfee's existence wrought on the business world, his proclivities almost caught up with him when, in a scene that was later adapted into a couple of pages of a graphic novel about McAfee by Chad Esley, McAfee was in regular, let's just say, contact with a 16-year-old prostitute named Amy Emschwiller. Yes, I know that all of your eyebrows just raised in disgust at the girl's age, but unfortunately it is the start of a little bit of a pattern that I will address in a minute. Also, the age of consent in Belize is 16. But still, you know. Amy's, to put it tactfully, rough childhood and damaged goods vibe was very relatable to McAfee, as he was very much cut from the same cloth. So much so that she ended up at odds with his girlfriend at the time, which caused McAfee to, in his words, can a solid 12-year relationship for a stark raving mad woman. But honestly, I fell in love. And, as with all bozos that fall in love with prostitutes, he soon learned the hard way that her entire shtick was an act. She pulled a gun on him, intending to kill him and steal his cash. But ultimately, she couldn't do it. At the critical moment, she shut her eyes and ended up shooting the pillow that was next to him. And, like an absolute simp, McAfee fucking forgave her. Instead, he just moved her out of the bungalow that he had built for her on his compound to another place about a mile away. Just because McAfee ended up forgiving Amy doesn't mean that the entire affair left no impression on him. It caused him to look up and realise just how much of an impoverished shithole his new home really was, and just how deeply corrupt it was. From Amy, he'd learned about all of the systemic problems, drug traffickers, and gang wars that Belize was facing. So, he decided to do something about it. All of McAfee's antics up to this point occurred in the comfort of his compound, which was essentially a fortress protected by private security. And by private security, I mean a gang that he had hired. But then McAfee started to take it a step further. The place looked like the Wild West, so he was going to act like it. McAfee basically took over the village of Carmelita, building a jail and even setting up a curfew so that he could really get into the power fantasy that was a weird mix of John Wayne and Heart of Darkness, and also out of fear of the local gangsters. One of these rival gangsters even publicly threatened McAfee, and he was later found tortured and beaten to death. And it was never really discovered what actually happened or who done it. At one point, McAfee dialed the lawman persona up to 11 when a local fired a gun outside of Amy's house. With her in tow, McAfee rocked up to the local shack and Smith & Wesson in hand. He told the guy's family that he would kill him if he didn't turn in his gun. All this sounds bonkers, but so far it has been pretty funny. However, there was also a dark side to the carnage that McAfee revelled in. He had made a lot of enemies during his time in Belize, and he became increasingly paranoid that any one of them was out to get him, which led to him adding more and more guns and goons to his roster. All of this insanity got in the way of his antibiotics venture, and it spooked Adenizio into deciding to leave, who is quoted as saying, "He tried to convince me that love doesn't exist, so I might as well just give in and sleep with all these crazy circus folk. I was naive about who and what Mr. McAfee really is." Despite McAfee seeing so much degeneracy in the village of Carmelita that he basically declared war on it, Adenizio lived nearby and had no problems with it until McAfee, and I quote, "turned into a very scary person." However, leaving didn't seem to be so simple. Adenizio alleged that when she tried to tell McAfee that she was quitting, he got angry and then drugged and raped her. And she then said that friends of hers helped her to escape after she locked herself in the lab to keep McAfee away from her. Obviously, McAfee denied the allegations, and he straight up accused her of lying, complaining that, and I quote, "Alison is an unhappy person who is unhappy to the core. Whatever's on the table, she will turn it this way, that way, and make something out of it to be the cause of her unhappiness." Soon after Adenizio's departure, the entire venture gradually fell apart as investors backed out. I know it's fucking dark and it really messes with the tone of the video, but I don't know if I believe her. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. I have absolutely no idea, though there is a little bit more ground to cover before I explain why. As a result of McAfee ratcheting up his security in a paranoid frenzy, the authorities got suspicious, and they decided that the only reason why someone would have such souped up defences is that they have something to hide. So, on the 30th of April 2012, McAfee's compound was raided by Belize's gang suppression unit on the suspicion of possessing unregistered firearms and cooking meth. During the raid, McAfee was arrested, his passport and weapons were confiscated, and for good measure, the cops also shot his dog. Because cops. As the cops who were cuffing McAfee declared that he was under arrest on suspicion of producing meth, McAfee, cool as a cucumber, turned to them and said, "That's a startling hypothesis, sir, because I haven't sold drugs since 1983. Ultimately, the raid ended in a very shocking twist, something that none of you will have seen coming. All of the weapons were licensed, and the cops did not find any illegal drugs. There was no meth. The cops thought that the lab being used for antibiotics research was a meth lab. So McAfee was released without charge the following morning. However, that doesn't mean that McAfee hadn't done anything wrong. During the raid, the cops found a 17-year-old girl, which means that with the pattern of sex crimes, both alleged and actual, established, it's time to address the elephant in the room. Sure, McAfee got up to a lot of wild stuff that, while I can't condone it, is very entertaining, and it only adds to the guy's mystique and appeal.
Anywhere in the Eastern
However,
than the ones right here in
this is not one of those things. In fact, knowing that McAfee usually had at least one 16, 17-year-old girl in tow for a lot of his adventures during this period when he was in his 60s. Look, it's fucked up. It is fucked up. I'm sorry. It's fucked up, and it makes it really hard to root for him, which is really saying something when his biggest rival is the government. It's a huge black mark against a man that I obviously have a lot of respect for. But McAfee was a man of extremes and ambiguous to outright dubious morals. I think it's very important to recognise that, as based as he wasn't a good guy. He wasn't a bad guy either, since what he was doing was legal in Belize, but just because something is legal does not mean it is moral. So, he wasn't a bad guy, but he wasn't a good guy. And I've included all of this in the video since I want to give you a complete picture of who and what McAfee was, because if I don't, I'm doing you a disservice by essentially lying by omission. But yeah, it is very, very unfortunate that John McAfee was the kind of libertarian that makes it very difficult to be a libertarian. However, McAfee's next round of legal troubles unfortunately did not come from his carousing with underagers, but were instead caused by a disagreement that he had with his fellow American expat and neighbour, Gregory Fall. Fall was not a big fan of McAfee and especially didn't like the loud barking of McAfee's dogs. So he complained about them to the police, claiming that they were vicious and attacked people. Fall also complained that McAfee's security guards walked around with guns at night and there were too many vehicles coming and going from the property. Now, we've all had that neighbour, and while they are annoying to deal with, they're usually easy enough to ignore. However, this situation soon escalated when 4 of McAfee's dogs were killed, 2 of which were reportedly fed a poisoned tortilla. It was believed that Fall had carried out this most heinous of misdeeds,
What's on
and
your
later
mind?
on,
Curse that
McAfee was
Iron
allegedly
Man.
held
I sent him a load of
swearing
blast powder weeks
deadly
ago, but he's
revenge.
made no mention
And
of it in this
you all know
report.
how it goes whenever dogs are murdered for petty reasons. The very next day, on the 11th of November 2012, Fall was found by his housekeeper with a 9mm Luger round in his head, and McAfee was immediately named as a person of interest. To this day, no one really knows if McAfee actually did it or not because, unlike with his dad, McAfee never slipped up when recounting the events around Fall's death,
As you might know,
and
I collect
he has
law.
always
Oh,
emphatically
law.
denied
Powerful
having
law.
anything to do
Law
with
that
it.
opens
However,
doorways, and
many
law
still
that can
believe that
awaken those who
McAfee
sleep.
either
There
pulled
are
the trigger
rumours of an
himself
old piece of law,
or he
the
hired a
Nogales
hitman to
manuscript
do it
at the
for
bottom
him.
of Black
Of course, whenever a murder happens, investigations start. So the authorities obviously wanted to ask McAfee a few questions. But McAfee saw the cops coming and he panicked when he heard that they just wanted to talk. That's an old cop trick, by the way. Whenever police say they just want to talk,
what do you
they
need
don't,
directions
you're
to?
under arrest.
Which
So
profession trainer
McAfee
would you
decided
be
to
looking
hide
for?
from them by burying himself
Well,
in the
you've
sand
come to the right
and
place
putting
to
a
learn
cardboard
mining,
box
girlie.
over
Cheer
his
from
head.
Boulder Toe
And
himself
despite
resided
the
in
fact
the
that
deep
you would
mountain
think
mine,
that hiding from the cops
couldn't
by
ask for
playing
a better
Metal Gear
instructor
Solid
than
Shit
him.
Eater sounds like a very easy way to get absolutely humiliated,
The plans for my 20-foot
actually worked.
are nearly complete.
Yeah,
Now all I need
McAfee
is
ended
a
up lying
20-foot
there
tall
for
turkey.
hours until the cops left, but it worked. McAfee fervently denied the murder allegations, and despite having lived rent-free in Fall's Head, McAfee maintained that, and I quote, "The entire 5 years I was there, I'd said maybe 15 words to him." He even said on the official podcast that he didn't believe that Fall poisoned his dogs because Fall had dogs himself, and he clearly loved them. While Fall may have been an annoyance, McAfee never wavered in his assertion that he neither killed him nor would he have really cared enough about Fall to do so. Nevertheless, even if you don't like someone, their senseless murder is still a tragedy, and McAfee released an open letter to offer his sympathies to Fall's family,
hi there.
denounced
Are
the
you here to
corruption
learn
and
the proper
belies
technique
that
of a
he
new
claimed
weapon?
got Fall
You
killed,
want to be trained in
and
the
he
use of a
offered a
weapon, do you?
$25,000
Well, don't stand there
reward
slack-jawed,
for
speak up,
whoever
lassie.
could capture the killer. Despite being emphatic about his innocence, McAfee's side of the story largely fell on deaf ears, and he became increasingly convinced that the murder was actually a play by the Belizean authorities to bring him down for speaking out against corruption and for refusing to give the government money, saying, and I quote, "Since April of last year, the Belizean government has been trying to level charge after charge against me, all of them groundless, none of them sticking. This is simply the latest in that chain." So, with seemingly no way out and certain that he would be silenced if he was to be arrested, McAfee refused to be the fall guy and fled. He went on the run in the jungle with his girlfriend Samantha Venegas, who was still way too young for him, but at least she was actually 18. And he was also with 2 Vice reporters, Rocco Castoro and Robert King, who were filming a documentary about McAfee that eventually became Running with the Devil, which is very, very good, and it's on Netflix and you should go watch it. While the documentary wouldn't come out until years later, McAfee's flight from his compound was reported on at the time by Taiwanese media in a really, really bizarre fashion. They created a 3D animated reconstruction in which McAfee walks past a big gun wall to open a big drawer containing scantily clad women, and he picks one to take on the run with him. Helping him on the run was a network of spies and informants that McAfee kept on retainer to keep him one step ahead of his pursuers and to tip him off if his location was compromised and shit was about to hit the fan. McAfee also used a body double to cover his tracks, who was strategically arrested in Mexico after getting up to some hijinks while carrying a North Korean passport. However, the plan didn't actually work because the authorities in Mexico didn't care enough to keep the double in custody. So they just kicked him out and didn't bother to draw attention to the fact that they supposedly had John McAfee in custody. But while the ruse didn't work, the double was still handsomely rewarded. In addition to all of the cloak and dagger chicanery, McAfee also took amusingly simple measures to stay one step ahead of his pursuers, such as disguising himself by dyeing his hair black and making sure to be on the move as much as possible. But even if you've ruffled the feathers of some authorities that you believe to be corrupt, McAfee's escape plan goes way beyond simply being careful. McAfee earnestly believed that he was being tracked by a paramilitary hit squad and he expected to be executed if he was caught. So the stakes were massive. But why? Well, while he was sure that the authorities were after him, part of why McAfee went into hiding with such urgency is that he was worried that Fall might have been caught in the crossfire with one of McAfee's other enemies. Having said, I thought maybe they were coming for me, they mistook him for me, they got the wrong house, he's dead, they killed him, it spooked me out. But which enemies would go to all of the trouble of sending a hit squad after McAfee? Well, according to McAfee, all of them. His main beef was with the Belizean government, as he was very vocal about his distaste for it and insisted that it was deeply corrupt. Well, I mean, it was a government. But he believed that anyone or a combination of the cops, the government, rival gangs and cartels were all after him out of retribution for all of the ways that he'd fucked with them since the moment he arrived in Belize. In fact, he also believed that the Belizean government killed Fall themselves as an excuse to bring McAfee in and to deal with him for possessing sensitive information about the corruption of the Belizean government. And he was pretty adamant about the lack of due process, saying, and I quote, "Things do not operate out here as they do in the States. We are living in a near dictatorship where the legal system is subservient to the cabinet." However, the authorities didn't exactly agree with this assessment of the situation. Surprising, I know. The Belizean Prime Minister, Dean Barrow, said, "I don't want to be unkind to the gentleman, but I believe he is extremely paranoid, even bonkers." But looking over his shoulder wasn't the only thing that McAfee was up to while on the run. He also passed the time much like he did in his compound, enjoying a steady supply of unholy amounts of whiskey and drugs, and also playing Russian roulette. Now, for a man that clearly put a lot of stock in his continued survival, I mean, he's literally on the run because he's worried people are going to kill him. Playing Russian roulette sounds kind of stupid. I mean, it seems counterproductive to what you're doing. You know, after all, you can die doing that. Do you know that? Yeah, do you know that in Russian roulette you can fucking die? But don't worry, John McAfee knew what he was doing. He would never kill himself. After a good jaunt in the Belizean jungle, McAfee fled to Guatemala, where he hung out with the vice journalists who were still with him, and they posted a picture online with the caption, "We are with John McAfee right now, suckers," and they forgot to delete the metadata from the picture. So they had accidentally doxed John McAfee's exact location. Because journalists, McAfee was relaxing in a hotel one second and the next, his exact location and satellite images of the very pool he was about to jump into were suddenly all over the internet, prompting him and his crew to haul arse the fuck out of there as quickly as possible. McAfee and his entourage kept on the move for 2 days until his month on the run finally ended with him being arrested for illegally entering Guatemala. Naturally, he applied for political asylum to protect himself from 2 9mm rounds of political persecution to the head, saying, and I quote, This is not about a murder in Belize. This began on the 30th of April last year when 42 armed soldiers stormed my property. But McAfee's boat unfortunately hadn't come from France, so despite his plea for help, the Guatemalan government denied John McAfee political asylum. This was very bad news for McAfee, because he could not stress enough that he was absolutely certain that he was going to die if he returned to Belize, which was exactly what the Guatemalans had planned for him. But it appeared that McAfee had a more immediate threat to his life than being deported, because while awaiting his fate, McAfee was called back in for questioning when he suddenly collapsed. After receiving urgent medical attention, it turned out that McAfee had suffered 2 heart attacks. It's not really hard to imagine why. The man was in his 60s and hadn't exactly lived the healthiest lifestyle, and he was in a very stressful situation. So it makes perfect sense that this predicament meant that the authorities were forced to keep him in the hospital for a while to recover. But as luck would have it, this really bad situation had a silver lining. McAfee's hospital stay delayed his deportation, and by some insanely fortunate coincidence, this delay bought McAfee's lawyer just enough time to file appeals with the authorities, and the appeals were successful. So, instead of being extradited to Belize and his certain doom, McAfee was deported back home to the United States. What amazing luck! Who would have thought that heart attacks could turn out to be a good thing? The timing was absolutely perfect. A little bit too perfect, wasn't it? Yeah. McAfee has been pretty open about what really happened once he was safely back home. He faked, I mean, you knew he did, but he faked the heart attacks. He did it to take advantage of his captor's duty of care, simply stating, and I quote, "Sure I faked it. What would you have done?" I mean, I can hardly call this play clever because the Hawthorne Gambit is one of the oldest tricks in the book, but hey, you can't go wrong with the classics. Soon after landing in Miami, McAfee dumped Samantha and started writing about his adventure in a blog. When he was asked about what his plans were after escaping Belize by the skin of his teeth, he said, and I quote, "I simply would like to live comfortably day by day, fish, swim, enjoy my declining years." It would very quickly become apparent that that was a fucking lie. In 2013, McAfee took on the services of a Florida hooker named Janice Dyson, and then he married her, a relationship that he would stick to for the rest of his life. But it seems like McAfee didn't learn from the last time that he fell for a prostitute, because he found himself in hijinks once again when their relationship was getting started. While living in Tennessee, the couple found themselves in a very weird situation where Janice's former pimp would force her to help him with a kidnapping plot by leaving doors unlocked and drugging McAfee's food. And Janice would do what she could to steer McAfee away from the kidnapping attempt until she couldn't hold it in anymore and told him everything. While all of this was going on, McAfee was extremely paranoid and he believed that the cartels were still after him. So he made his house a veritable fortress. Cameras were everywhere, booby traps were laid, his bedroom door was barred, the crawl space was boarded up, and he was even shooting the walls. And despite all of that, McAfee insisted that he wasn't actually paranoid because, and I quote, "Are you paranoid if they're really after you? I don't know. They are really after me. I do not believe I'm paranoid, but the press thinks so. I do not believe I'm paranoid. Absolutely not." But McAfee's paranoia from his time in Belize was vindicated in his mind when his old compound burned down in an event that McAfee described as not just a strange coincidence. But McAfee didn't need that old place anymore. Obviously, he was never going to return to Belize, but he'd sort of outgrown it as well. McAfee's antics, both at home and abroad, led to him developing quite a cult of personality, which he actively fed by fully committing to the bit as the tattooed and heavily armed madman that was hardened by life in the jungle and had fucked so much that he claimed to have 47 bastards to his name. Or not to his name, since that's kind of how bastards work. But while McAfee was at the height of his power, the software that bore his name had long since gone to complete shit, which inspired one of the greatest shitposts of all time. If you haven't seen how to uninstall McAfee antivirus, just go and watch it right now and then come back, because it's absolutely fucking glorious. It opens with him throwing a laptop over his shoulder and burning a banknote to light a cigarette, and then it immediately goes off the rails, poking fun at not only how dogshit McAfee antivirus is, but also the public's perception of himself, with his debauchery, carousing with hookers and strippers, drug use, love of guns, and paranoia all dialed up to 11 until the sketch ends with McAfee being credited as having played both of his alter egos. By this point, Intel had bought McAfee Associates for $7.6 billion, and it had been renamed in the merger. However, this change didn't stick, and the company was eventually unrenamed. So McAfee once again had his name on the company that he had built. Much to his chagrin. McAfee really wasn't happy about having his name attached to this piece of shit software, even though he was the one that built it. McAfee later had a bit of a legal scuffle with Intel over the commercial use of his name, which settled with McAfee being able to use his name to promote his stuff in any marketing materials, but he couldn't name any companies after himself. But he seemed fine with that, saying, and I quote, "That certainly beats having to live with the entrepreneur formerly known as McAfee." But it wasn't just McAfee's own name that he was buying and selling, but also his life story. In early 2013, Warner Brothers actually bought the film rights to a Wired article titled John McAfee's Last Stand. McAfee was actually pretty interested in the film's development, and he railed against the casting of Johnny Depp in the titular role because he wanted to be played by Morgan Freeman. I mean, at least it's not Netflix doing it. After selling his story to the second most crooked and evil institution in the country, McAfee decided to try and join the first most crooked and evil institution in the country. In early 2015, he threw his hat in the ring for the upcoming election. John McAfee was running for president. McAfee initially did so on behalf of a party that he founded called the Cyber Party, with the slogan, "Here's to the crazy ones." He seemed confident that he would do well because, as he put it, "I have a huge underground following on the web. I promise you I will win because I have the votes." However, small parties like these never actually have any real chance of winning, so McAfee later decided to throw his lot in with a different party that also had no chance of winning, the Libertarian Party.
Should someone have to have a government-issued license to drive a car?
Hell no.
What's next? Requiring a license to make toast in your own damn toaster?
The license to drive? You know, I'd like to see some competency exhibited by people before they drive.
As you can see, there was clearly some tight competition in those primaries. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not throwing shade. I love all of you very, very much. I love the Mises Caucus. I'm even in the Scottish Libertarian Party myself. And even though we are all correct about literally everything, we don't do well in elections. I'm sorry. One day, guys. Come on. One day. The main tenet of McAfee's run was the fact that he would be pretty much the only person in the entire US government that actually understood how technology works, the sort of effects that it would have on national security and society at large, and how to actually protect the United States from cyber attacks. As he put it, it's clear that the leadership of our country is illiterate on the fundamental technology that supports everything in life for us now. That is cyber science, our smartphones, our military hardware, our communications. And if you look at all of the internet-based bills that keep going through parliaments everywhere, such as the online safety bill in Britain, nothing has changed since then. Also, as someone who has literally been in the European Court to debate against Article 13, I can confirm for absolute certain that our lawmakers not only have zero understanding of how the internet or any technology actually fucking works, but they also do not even read the legislation that they are voting in. But while politicians are so tech illiterate that the bills are obscenely draconian, they are also so tech illiterate that the laws become completely unenforceable as long as you have a VPN. Look, it's not great having corrupt elites, but at least we've got corrupt elites that have no idea what the fuck they're doing. But aside from actually understanding how technology and the internet actually affect our lives, what else qualified McAfee for the Oval Office? What policies would McAfee implement as president? What was his platform? Well, look at him. Take a fucking guess. McAfee ultimately came second in the 2016 primaries because apparently the Libertarian Party hates winning. I'm sorry guys, but despite losing, it seemed for a moment that he might still get a seat in the White House. When he wasn't playing politics or going on capers, McAfee continued to be influential in the cybersecurity sphere, to the point where Anonymous allegedly wanted him to lead them in making the internet safe from hackers as their cybersecurity czar within the newly established Trump administration, to the point of staging a protest outside of Trump Tower. Naturally, McAfee didn't actually want anything to do with this, saying, and I quote, "I believe that the US government is filled with deadwood, ossified practices and procedures, does not reward innovation and creativity, and is in fact completely dysfunctional. It needs a 35-year-old hacker with balls of brass and nothing to lose." Despite McAfee's apparent lack of interest, it seems like this protest might have been McAfee's way of developing relevant skills for his next run for the Oval Office, because it's possible that this protest might have been McAfee's first psyop. Soon afterwards, accusations that this protest was staged by McAfee himself to stroke his ego started floating around, with an anonymous-themed Twitter account claiming that there weren't any actual anonymous groups behind this protest. McAfee himself denied the allegations because why the fuck would he waste money staging a protest to get a job that he doesn't even want? After not having passed the world's biggest job interview, McAfee continued to work in cybersecurity. And he also got really into crypto, which he liked to talk about a lot on Twitter. In fact, McAfee liked the promise of crypto so much and was so confident about the prospects for its value that he announced that he would eat his dick on live. He would eat his dick on live TV if Bitcoin didn't hit $1 million by the end of 2020. For anyone else that's into crypto, you will know that Bitcoin it's not even close to that, and it's not the most ideal promise to make because eating dicks never really works out in the way one hopes. It feels a lot more like sucking dick than getting your dick sucked. So I've read. But anyway, McAfee has eaten a lot worse already. Allegedly. In January of 2019, it seemed like McAfee had gotten a bit too into crypto because he found himself in a lot more trouble than ever before, and for a lot worse than refusing to eat his dick over Bitcoin. The US government was trying to slap him down with tax evasion charges to the tune of $4 million, which McAfee fervently denied despite the taxman having insisted that he had made millions from consulting work, speaking engagements, crypto, and selling the movie rights to his story, which he allegedly dodged paying by having everything put into bank and crypto accounts in other people's names. McAfee also responded to the situation by saying, "I have not filed a tax return for 8 years. Why? 1. Taxation is illegal. 2. I paid tens of millions already and received jack shit in services. 3. I'm done making money. I live off of cash from McAfee Incorporated. My net income is negative. But I'm a prime target for the IRS. Here I am. All of that was absolutely based. And he also responded to the charges by fleeing the country. Now, before you get on the McAfee did nothing wrong hype train because of how much we all hate taxes, and rightly so, there was some genuinely dodgy shit on his rap sheet as well. He was accused of crypto fraud. Allegedly, what McAfee would do was buy a bag of whatever coin caught his attention at the time and then promote it heavily on Twitter for a quick pump and dump Logan Paul style. But even though McAfee was adamant that he earnestly believed in all of the coins he promoted, the authorities were onto him because he promoted them without disclosing that he was paid $23 million to do so. And as if that wasn't enough, McAfee's monetary legal woes did not stop there, because a Florida court had ordered McAfee to pay $25 million to Gregory Falls estate in a wrongful death claim, though McAfee naturally refused to pay it. So, between that, the crypto chicanery and the tax evasion charges, McAfee was facing up to 30 years in prison if they got him. So, you can see why he fled. McAfee's British side came out as he hit the high seas and went sailing across the world to avoid the authorities, living on a super yacht with Janice, 4 dogs, a couple of security guards, and about 4 metric shitloads of guns. However, as cool as it would be, you can't sustain yourself at sea without returning to the land every so often to resupply. But unfortunately, Tortuga had closed for business quite some time ago, so McAfee had to settle for more civilized ports. As you would expect, this isn't exactly a safe practice when you're a fugitive, so the odd capture did occur. On one occasion, McAfee was detained in the Dominican Republic under suspicion of carrying high-caliber weapons, ammo, and military-style gear. And he was, but luckily McAfee wasn't locked up for very long. His stuff was simply confiscated and he was soon back on his way. Now, you may think that this was a dicey close call, but McAfee didn't seem particularly bothered by the whole affair. In fact, he looked like he was in complete control of the situation the entire time. I mean, look at him. No one should look that happy when facing time in a foreign jail. Yet, he was perfectly comfy, unbothered, moisturised, happy, in his lane, focused, flourishing, heavily armed, high as fuck. But that was just because being arrested was part of the routine. And it actually happened quite a few times. Whenever McAfee got himself arrested somewhere, he would mobilise his army of lawyers to get him out and back into international waters as quickly as possible. And if he needed a little more time for his legal team to work its magic, he would employ the tried and true, "oh no everyone, I'm having a heart attack" technique. He also got a number of body doubles to run interference as required. Being a body double for McAfee sounds like a pretty sweet gig, doesn't it? I mean, if you're going to pretend to be someone by replicating their lifestyle, you might as well pick the seafaring party animal that's armed to the teeth and have a bit of fun with it. I mean, because as far as jobs for body doubles go, there's a lot worse out there. And on top of the perks of getting everything needed to keep up the act, McAfee's doubles were also handsomely rewarded if they managed to commit to the bit, because in return for their services, they were given access to pretty much whatever form of payment they wanted, such as money, women, adventure, drugs, information, contacts, housing, McAfee's wife, allegedly. However, with the high reward comes high risk, because doubling for someone that half the world is hunting is actually pretty fucking dangerous, and it could have fatal repercussions. After all, acting as a decoy for someone like John McAfee is going to put a pretty big target on your back. And not all of the body doubles got out of his enemy's crosshairs unscathed. The most notable incident at this point in the story was one double actually being poisoned in mid-2019, for which McAfee placed the blame squarely on the US government. A month later, he tweeted a picture of himself and Janice holding guns, saying, "The CIA have attempted to collect us. We are at sea now and will report more soon. I will continue to be dark for the next few days." But why would the CIA want McAfee? Hell, why would the Yanks go to such trouble to bring McAfee in when his beef was ostensibly just with the IRS? Well, for one, the IRS is probably the most petty and overzealous of the three-letter agencies, and they would absolutely chase a man across the ocean just to rob him, even if it was for a $600 Venmo transaction. But McAfee reckoned that the CIA had jumped on the bandwagon because he claimed to have collected reams of files on government corruption, and they wanted to sink him for it. So, essentially, according to McAfee, the tax evasion and crypto charges were simply the American government's attempt to Al Capone him. So, with that in mind, you can imagine how McAfee got exponentially more paranoid in the wake of Epstein's death the following August. So much so that he actually got a disclaimer tattooed on his arm, declaring that he would never kill himself, and that if it appeared that he ever did, it was because he was whacked. In the business, we call this foreshadowing. We don't know what the subtle messages that McAfee referenced in the tweet were, but considering how many enemies McAfee had by this point, and well, everything we know about the CIA, I don't really have any reason to doubt him. But it's McAfee we're talking about, so it probably should be taken with a pinch of salt, like everything else that comes out of his mouth. I don't deny for a second that they were absolutely after him, I just don't think it was to the extent that he thought. Naturally, the stakes of McAfee's travels escalating to cloak and dagger proportions sent the collective imagination of the public into overdrive, and only further added to his sheer mystique as everyone everywhere started asking, "John McAfee, what does he know? Does he know things? Let's find out." McAfee managed to maintain that attention by frequently appearing on podcasts and doing remote interviews from out at sea, where he spread his wisdom far and wide. But his main outlet for his musings was still Twitter, where to the shock and absolute bemusement of everyone, he explained the precise ins and outs of the absolute whale of a time that he was having out at sea. I'm very sorry. I have to talk about it. I'm sorry, guys. John McAfee talked extensively about fucking whales. And I don't mean that he'd run out of attractive hookers and had to resort to banging fatties. I mean literal whales. You know, the like those big fuckers in the ocean, bringing an entirely new meaning to humpback and sperm whale. And if you're asking, how the fuck does a human man fuck a whale? Well, it was a sick whale, allegedly. But that is bestiality, I hear you cry. How could anyone abuse an animal like that? It's inhumane. Well, don't forget that whales are highly intelligent. Am I really about to do this bit? Okay. Don't forget that whales are highly intelligent creatures, and they are surely smart enough to know what they want. And as McAfee pointed out, they are so big and powerful that if they didn't want to be fucked, anyone that tried would die fucking instantly. And not only did he insist that whale fucking was consensual, but he was also very respectful about it. You know, he phoned them back afterwards and all that. Even going as far as to call someone out for not being respectful enough or observing the proper procedure for fucking a whale. And yes, according to McAfee, there is a correct way to fuck a whale. You wait until it's resting on the surface and swim under it, stick the harpoon in, and there she blows. And apparently, it just works. That said, though, it's weird that McAfee was so anti-authoritarian, yet here he was telling everyone to get in the pod. I'm sorry. McAfee talked about it so much that word spread far and wide and it became a bit of a meme. And of course, loads of people fell for it, hook, line and sinker. However, there's a twist. As McAfee later explained on the official podcast, it was all a big troll. A ruse. A ploy. A bamboozle, if you will.
No, please, God, it was a joke. I said it was a joke, and it was more than a joke. It was a social fucking experiment. Because, let's get real, people. I was talking about humpback whales. 70,000 pounds, 50 feet long. They can destroy a medium-sized ship just with a simple swipe of their dive to half a mile. Now, if you think some puny human is going to, first of all, swim alongside at 8 knots, which is impossible for humans, dive down 20 feet while swimming alongside at 8 knots, and manage to survive even touching a fucking whale in a private place, well then you need to stop smoking rainbows and move out of your mother's basement.
And if you're wondering what the social experiment was behind telling the world that he literally fucks whales and getting half of the world to believe him, well, he soon explained, and it makes a surprising amount of sense.
Here's the point, people. Here's the point. I don't just fuck with people to fuck with people. I fuck with people to learn things. And if some old man, not even, I don't know why it's the young people who really follow me, okay, and tag along, but I do. Okay. If I can convince half of the people of such an unbelievable thing, then what do you think our government is capable of with all of its resources?
Say what you will about the delivery, but the message makes sense. People at large are very easily manipulated. Just look at how fast the conveyor belt of current things turns and how quickly the masses eagerly switch their outrage programming whenever it's convenient for the media. By the way, McAfee was so paranoid that he straight up told the official podcast guys that they would be monitored and followed by his goons for the next 5 years. Just 15 months to go, boys. But seriously, go and check out the full podcast. It's a very good show. And I can't believe that I have to say this, but don't fuck whales. Don't even think about fucking whales. Don't even think about fucking anything that isn't a consenting human adult. You fucking freaks. Take the collar off and go get a job. In addition to appearing on other people's shows, McAfee also spread his own message on his own platform, as I mentioned earlier. He often posted videos of himself singing at a keyboard, and he also posted one video where he very generously gave both sides advice for the upcoming US Civil War.
Now then, for the red states, the conservatives, the gun owners, you should anticipate that the West Coast is going to arm itself to the fucking teeth with the latest Israeli weapons. I suggest you preempt this by selling them your Daisy BB rifles and tell them they're AR-15s. They don't know the fucking difference. Colorado and New Mexico, worthless land. Ignore it. See if you can sell it to Mexico.
And yes, that is tinfoil on the walls. McAfee actually had a Faraday cage on his boat. While McAfee clearly had a lot on his plate at this point, he somehow still managed to find the time to run for president in the 2020 election, despite having been formally indicted with tax evasion and willful failure to file tax returns for his income from speaking engagements, consulting work, and crypto projects. He still managed to launch his campaign in exile. When asked why he was running, McAfee explained, "My campaign platform contains one item. How do we free ourselves from a government that no longer serves us, but instead has become our master, controlling our every action down to the detail of what we may or may not put into our bodies and minds? Our two-party system created a voting process which is an illusion, and a government that fluctuates between two extremes, each extreme annulling any progress made by the opposition in the prior administration. It is a government that has gone insane. While we carry the burden of this government, we are not free. So do not ask me about immigration, foreign relations, education, etc. I have no idea. Those claiming that they do are lying to themselves, or if not, they are purposely lying to you. We must first be free. Freedom for the people is my only goal. Now, that sounds compelling, especially since McAfee seemed to understand that democracy is a failed system that should really be disposed of. But I'm not so convinced by his presidential run this time around. As much as I love a good meme candidate, I just couldn't support McAfee 2020 because he clearly wasn't a man that kept his promises. Only 5 days into the election year, he backed out of one of his earliest pledges by announcing that he wasn't going to eat his dick. For a man who always commits wholeheartedly to the bit, I can understand if you feel betrayed by this sudden U-turn from the world's first honest politician. I mean, they're all drug-addled degenerates, but at least McAfee was honest about it. The dick eating was not the only wild McAfee story that turned out to be untrue, however. In August of 2020, the papers went wild when McAfee tweeted that he had been arrested in Norway for wearing a lace thong over his face and refusing to replace it with a more medically compliant mask. Now, as funny as that is, and McAfee himself was highly amused by how much traction the story got, it's not true. Well, the thong mask was real. He actually did do that because ha ha ha, funny meme, but the story of being arrested in Norway over it was just a hoax that McAfee had concocted for a bit of fun. Once again, McAfee had thoroughly trolled the media because even though the pictures of his arrest clearly showed that he was being arrested by German cops, the whole world reported that he was arrested over a joke mask in Norway. Just because McAfee said so. The media just couldn't help but take the bait. Despite the fact that all of McAfee's adventures occurred after he hit the retirement age and yet he appeared to have more vigour than ever, he couldn't run forever. The man had partied hard, but it's a sad fact of life that your parents will eventually come home early and beat the shit out of you for trashing the house.
Stormpike wants you to personally see the shipment to Ironbound?
Sorry, Dad. On the 3rd of October 2020, McAfee was arrested for the last time while boarding a flight from Spain to the city formerly known as Constantinople, while using a British passport.
Too late, though.
The next day, the Yanks smelled blood in the water and the SEC charged McAfee for the alleged crypto pump and dump. And they also accused him of concealing assets in others' names. And then the extradition process started. Much like in Guatemala, McAfee fully intended to fight the extradition attempt because he believed that he faced political persecution back where they were sending him, saying during a hearing that he was hoping the Spanish court will see the injustice of this. The United States wants to use me as an example. But on a less tinfoil hatty level, McAfee also wanted to fight simply because he was getting on in years and he knew that because of his age, he would inevitably die in prison if he ended up convicted in the United States. And that's not a particularly good way for anyone to go, never mind someone so much larger than life. He deserved to sail off into the sunset on one last adventure and never be seen again, like Sir Francis Drake. Instead, he spent the next 8 months in a Spanish jail while the extradition battle raged on in the background of his continued shitposting. That's right, McAfee may have been incarcerated, but he still managed to remain active on Twitter. He gave many updates on how his prison stay was going, including describing it as a fascinating adventure. And he repeatedly stated how he was fine and absolutely not planning on killing himself. Although he did express a bit of concern about a fellow inmate who had no memory at all of cutting his own fingers.
But there
But
are
it's
so
fine.
many
I'm sure
depending on us
that
to
no
get the
harm
blast
whatsoever
powder
will
there.
come to John McAfee
Must do
while
what we
he's in
can
prison.
against the dark.
The tweets weren't quite on the level of Andrew Tate's
It'll take
prison
more
arc
than a
because
dark iron
unfortunately
ambush to stop the
McAfee
deliveries.
wasn't battling ghosts every night,
Sion,
but his
I
mind
would
still
never have
seemed to go
suspected him to be
to
one of
somewhat
their
similar
sympathisers.
places
We've been
sometimes
working
and
with
got
him for almost a
surprisingly
year now.
introspective every so often. I don't have enough time to show you all of McAfee's updates from this period, but his Twitter account is still being maintained for posterity, and I thoroughly
Now we have to split
oh,
up
that's
the
a
work.
long video, and I
Moran's
thoroughly
taking the barrels, and I'm
recommend that
watching
you
over
go
the
for a
other
stroll
ones.
through it yourselves. His tweets were certainly something. You've also got to love the avatar as well. McAfee seemed to be a pretty big Joker fan. In addition to prison musings, McAfee also threatened the triggering of a dead man switch of over 31 terabytes of documents containing proof of serious corruption in multiple governments in case anything ever happened to him while he was on the inside. But unfortunately, this threat didn't seem to pay off because on the 23rd of June 2021, the Spanish National Court finally authorised McAfee's extradition, sealing his fate. But it appeared that despite being completely fucked, he found a way to at least take that fate into his own hands because a few hours later, the 75-year-old John McAfee was found hanging in his cell. Upon hearing the sad news, the internet fell into mourning with resounding cries of, "Are you fucking serious?" Now, I must admit that at first I thought that he really did kill himself because of the situation that he was in. I thought that despite having a few more chances to appeal, he must have seen the writing on the wall and decided to make tragic use of the last shred of freedom that he had left. However, that was over 2 years ago, and the government are dodgy bastards. So, what has changed since then that changed my mind and got me donning the tinfoil hat? Nothing. Nothing has changed. Since the initial announcement of McAfee's suicide, nothing has changed. There have been no updates or anything. In 2 years, no information whatsoever, and that is sus as fuck. McAfee's remains haven't been released to his own wife so that she can give him a proper burial, which is instantly really fucking suspicious. At least Epstein's autopsy report was published, even though the coroner's report and literal photographs showed that someone had clearly strangled him. So I dread to think about what they did to McAfee that needed to be kept under wraps. So to me, it's pretty fucking clear that McAfee didn't uninstall himself. But hey, at least he went out swinging. But McAfee was a man of means, a very mischievous spirit, and almost literal copies of himself were out there as body doubles. So
Hey guys,
lots of people
most
still
important one is
believe that the
FGI
Spanish
show.
actually got a body double
You
and
can
the
also
real
just use
McAfee
the
is
button
still
next to
alive,
minimap
whether it be in
for
witness
filters.
protection
You can
or by
choose
any other
invitations
means. One of the
that you're sending
McAfee truthers is
consistent
actually his
messages, for
ex from
example.
his time in Belize.
Right here, you
Samantha
can choose
Venegas,
which
who
people you want to
believes that
invite
McAfee
after
is
you
not only
already
still
are scanning
alive,
icon,
but
which
still
I find
loves
very
her.
time that you
As
saw.
Sam
There's a
claimed,
custom who
and
list
I
as well,
quote,
so levels to
2
be
weeks
joining the
ago,
guild.
after his death, I got a call
And then
from
there's all.
Texas.
Then you click OK.
It's me, John. I paid
There's
off
FGI
people
next
to
search,
pretend
and
that I am
FGI.
dead. But I'm not dead. There are only 3 persons in this world that knows that I'm still alive. And then he asked me to run away with him. McAfee's ghostwriter, Alex Cody Foster, dismissed Sam's claims outright, but reportedly he also had his own weird experience involving a Telegram notification saying that McAfee's number had signed into it. Foster then sent a message saying, "Hey, you're using a dead man's phone.
You'll
Who
be
are
escorting
you?"
me to the
He
excavation
was
site?
left on red
That's good
and
to
the
hear.
number was wiped
After
soon
Sion and his
afterwards.
cronies, who knows what
So,
else the Dark
Foster
Irons might
was
have
never
up their
sure if
sleeves.
Janice,
Anyway,
McAfee himself, or
let me just
someone
make some
else
final
had gotten a
checks.
hold
Talk
of
to me
McAfee's
again when you're
phone.
ready to go.
Sadly, none of
Ready
these
to go,
spooky
adventurer?
reports
First,
are
we need
true.
to get this powder to
While
Iron Man.
McAfee's remains still haven't been released, his wife Janice confirmed that she was able to identify them as her husband's. And it's really fucked that McAfee's remains still haven't been released. After all those years of being constantly hounded by the authorities, you would think that it would all be over now, but they just abjectly refuse to allow the man the rest of a burial and are robbing his wife of the chance to gain some closure and say goodbye. There was a petition launched to call for the return of McAfee's remains to Janice, but sadly, those didn't go anywhere. And she is still filing appeals with the Spanish courts, though those aren't going particularly well either. Now, I'm just spitballing here, so don't take this as gospel, but I have a hunch that McAfee's remains are being withheld because Janice is pretty open about the fact that she wants a post-mortem carried out by her own people to determine for herself whether the official report is true, and if it isn't, what really happened. But I guess we won't know anytime soon. But wait, just one more thing. What about the dead man switch that McAfee talked about? Well, part of why I've made this video now was just to make sure that there weren't any loose ends on that front, and I'm very sorry to say that the fallout is rather disappointing. A scheduled Instagram post of a big Q went up, which was soon followed by the deletion of his account. But apart from that rustling some jimmies, there really wasn't any posthumous social media activity on McAfee's part. So, unfortunately, the dead man switch doesn't really seem to exist. Some thought that the Instagram post served a similar purpose, though it was widely assumed to be a signal of some kind to the QAnon guys. Of course, they all immediately went apeshit upon seeing the post, declaring that McAfee had been killed by the deep state for what he knew. Which is true, but that doesn't mean that those nutters are right about the rest of their beliefs. The deep state is not a shadowy organisation solely dedicated to covering up a child sex trafficking ring run by Democratic and Hollywood elites.
Not ready yet.
They also run defence for Republicans and corporations. Since Q... Let's just be very honest, it was all a lot of shite, and because of that, others saw McAfee's final post for what it most likely was. Just one final shitpost from beyond the grave. Because you see, McAfee had memed on the QAnon conspiracy a number of times in the past, even offering the mysterious Q the chance to be his running mate in the 2020 election if they revealed themselves, in addition to making fun of them in a very McAfee fashion. Even though we never got any closure on exactly what McAfee knew or what happened to him or why, that doesn't mean that he went out on a bum note. I think we all knew from the start that this story only had one possible ending, and yet McAfee still managed to use his final public act as one last shitpost for the road. After a long career of fucking with people, McAfee effortlessly... It's been a very, very long video. Effortlessly managed to secure his legacy and cement himself as one of the finest trolls of all time. After all, who else would convince the entire world that they fuck whales just for a meme? But the levels of irony that McAfee operated under achieved a lot more than simply just making him entertaining. The fact that you could never tell if he was being sincere or not shrouded him in a sense of mystery that only Sam Hyde has come close to replicating, which is the source of much of this story's appeal. As Foster put it, you really don't know what's real and what's fiction. Despite the fact that there were many deeply fucked up elements to McAfee's character, such as the myriad of legal problems and especially the cavorting with girls much, much younger than him and the sexual assault allegations, the man was so charismatic that those that he went on the run with couldn't help but be caught up with the thrill of the adventure and McAfee's daredevil eccentricity. While Foster eventually quit because he couldn't reconcile his continued association with McAfee after the rape allegations, he still couldn't deny the sheer power of McAfee's presence and the appeal of the wild quest of being in his company, saying, and I quote, "I loved it. I was like on a thrill ride. It was like a great grand adventure for me." Foster also said that McAfee can, and I quote, "be so genuine and so real, so poetic, but
That's
he could
still
also be
recharging.
so dark, so paranoid, and so dangerous. Despite having spent months with McAfee, Foster really struggled to get a genuine read on the man, and the Vice journalists couldn't quite seem to manage it either, because they had to omit a lot of stuff that they couldn't fully prove, like the rape allegations. But also, how do you present the authoritative story of a man when every narrator involved is unreliable? In the end, Foster summed up this dual nature best by saying that McAfee was the most brilliant, manipulative person he's ever met. After all, he spent 4 years living like a fucking cartoon villain in the jungle and somehow managed to completely reinvent himself as a sort of anti-hero by fighting an even bigger evil than himself. I mean, did he even actually fight that bigger evil, or did he just get caught dodging taxis and decide to literally run with the narrative? While we can speculate all day, the only thing that we can know for certain is that either answer is pretty fucking based. McAfee's true character is extremely hard to pin down because the sheer zaniness of the shit that he certainly did made all of his more ridiculous claims that bit more believable, and vice versa. He committed to the bit so hard that travelling with him almost seemed like a huge exercise in gaslighting, because it's just impossible to tell which aspects of him were real and which were made up. In that regard, McAfee's ghostwriter was almost like a Nick Carraway figure trying to keep up with a modern-day Gatsby. But does that even matter anyway? After all, so much of McAfee's appeal comes from not just the crazy antics, but the sheer mystery behind them. Surely there's a point where the mask ends up becoming the face. I mean, trying to figure out McAfee's true nature is like trying to figure out what the fuck Tom Bombadil is. As McAfee put it himself, the trajectory of my existence wound past events and situations that some of you may find difficult to believe. For this, I have no recommendation other than to say that, in my experience, every life is unbelievable if fully revealed and viewed by someone else. We are all island inhabitants, and we have no neighbours. What lies beyond the boundary of our own skin, as I have experienced the world, is an endless mystery. For me, the exquisite beauty of living lies within that mystery. As begrudging as it may be because he wasn't fully a good man, it's really hard not to respect McAfee for the fact that he is one of the last great men of action who carped every DM, and took every man's fantasy of being a swashbuckling adventurer and made it happen. In essence, John McAfee was pretty much the last outlaw, but while he fought the law and the law won, he certainly gave them hell. Had to test the forged tickets to make sure that they actually worked. And they did. Kevin was able to travel all over California using buses for free, because Kevin had also managed to memorize the correct ways to punch the tickets by watching the bus drivers and seeing how they would do it. And all of this was achieved by a certain art given the technical term of dumpster diving, which wouldn't be the last time that Kevin would do something like that to gain some information or find some other hidden gems that he would exploit later in life. So would Kevin leave California and go on big adventures elsewhere using this exploit in the bus system? No, he just used it to travel around locally. But during his travels, he made a friend by the name of Richard Williams. And funnily enough, Richard was basically doing the same thing as Kevin. He was riding the bus for free. But the big difference is he was doing it legally because it turns out that Richard's dad was a bus driver, so Richard just got to ride the bus for free. Richard and Kevin would go on many adventures together to Jack in the Box. Kevin, to put it lightly, described Richard as obese. So during their trips, it was essential that they would stop off and get the infamous super taco up to 6 times a day. These habits would soon leach on to Kevin, leading to him getting a little bit chubby. This eventually wouldn't go unnoticed, as Kevin tells the story like this. It wasn't long before a pigtailed blonde girl on the school bus told me, "You're kinda cute, but you're fat. You ought to lose some weight." Did I take her sharp but unquestionably constructive advice to heart? Nope. And that's good, Kevin. We should never care what women think. But you might be thinking, what about the forged tickets? Did he ever get caught or get in trouble? Well, neither. The maniac, for some reason, even told his mum and dad what he was doing. And they both just said that it was clever and it showed initiative. Kevin even told the fucking bus drivers, who just laughed at the situation because of how this young man had actually managed to figure out and con the entire system. Did they report him? No, they didn't. Instead, they just gave him a bunch of attaboys. This also wouldn't be the last time when Kevin would be highly praised for his hacking or social engineering techniques. Besides Kevin's first act of social engineering, he lived a pretty normal childhood. And being Jewish, he had to have a bar mitzvah. Although he even commented that himself and many other Jewish families aren't very religious at all, but they'll still commonly practice certain traditions. Kevin just really wasn't that interested in religion, or even school for that matter, because he was kicked out of Hebrew school for apparently goofing off and always taking the piss out of the teachers. But the one thing that Kevin did practice other than learning to read the Torah was social engineering, but subconsciously. Kevin would mimic the rabbi to his parents, which of course they probably just found very funny. But in reality, this was another way of increasing his social engineering skills, just like the speech perk in Elder Scrolls games. Now, I won't do a stereotypical impersonation of a rabbi because I don't want to go to prison again, but hear me out.
I can't cast that yet.
Being able to mimic the way that other people act, speak, or present themselves allows for the social engineer to manipulate them into a sense of comfort, of familiarity. Of course, in this case, this is just a kid having fun, but it can take a certain knack to act or present yourself differently in a hacking scenario, either to fish for information or manipulate your way into restricted areas. Because the tried and true classic method of just walking into somewhere with a high-vis vest and a clipboard can only get you so far. If you get confronted, you need to know how to act hard. Now, although he got the boot from his previous school, he would soon move into James Monroe High School in LA. Kevin would have another 2 major influential establishments that would further develop his skills as a hacker. First, high school, and secondly, a local survival bookstore. Starting off with the bookstore, Kevin was an avid reader, along with having idols such as Houdini, which of course ties in with his interest in magic, and Jim Rockford, a fictional private detective. This would send Kevin deep into learning more about what he would call underground knowledge. You know, the type of knowledge that your government generally doesn't want you to know. So, at the age of just 13, Kevin would regularly visit this bookstore, and he would read a plethora of books. And these books wouldn't consist of your typical fantasy adventures. Oh, no. These books would be the books that Kevin needed to sculpt the skills he required to pursue his own adventures in real life. 2 books in particular included The Paper Trip by Barry Reed, which taught Kevin several details on how to create a new identity for himself by using the birth certificates of people that had passed away. This, of course, became very useful to Kevin later in life, but we'll get into that later. And the other book that he learned an awful lot of knowledge from was called The Big Brother Game by Scott French. This was the key book in which Kevin learned a variety of things, like how to get a hold of information such as driving and property records, how to get banking information, and even how to get information from police departments. This book Kevin has described as his Bible. In this den of underground knowledge, Kevin wouldn't just learn about the art of forgery or how particular administrative bypasses can be accomplished. He would also learn more physical skills, like lockpicking. They would actually sell lockpicking sets, and of course, Kevin wanted to buy one. And you may think, come on now, they aren't going to sell a 13-year-old boy a lockpicking set. Yeah, well, they did. So Kevin would, again, just like his books, practice and understand the meaning behind the skills he was eager to obtain and master. So, as a teenager, he would regularly go down to the tenant storage containers in his apartment building and practice picking the locks. Sometimes even completely removing the locks and then swapping them around on the containers, which Kevin found very, very funny. His neighbours, however, did not find it very funny. But they had no idea who was doing it. Besides the part-time tomfoolery, at high school, Kevin would regularly take his handheld ham radio and use it during lunches and recess. Now, at the time, most teachers would probably describe Kevin as the kid that would do unexpected things, probably due to his quiet and unpronounced demeanour. Kevin summed it up himself rather well when he said, and I quote, "When the other kids were fixing televisions in TV repair shop, I was following in Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak's footsteps and building a blue box that would allow me to manipulate the phone network and even make free phone calls." Simply put, Kevin had all the right beginnings to make him one of the best and most renowned hackers in the world. And for those who don't know what a blue box is, I won't go into great detail, but it was basically a device that early hackers, more commonly known back then as phone phreakers, would use to manipulate the phone systems around the world, but most commonly in the US. They would be popularised by well-known early hackers such as Steve Wozniak of Apple and John Draper, also known as Captain Crunch, who could possibly be a mad lad himself. But Kevin's start in phone phreaking itself wouldn't have even happened without the introductory courses given to him by a fellow student by the name of Stephen Shalita. Stephen knew the basics of how to phone phreak and Kevin didn't. But unlike Kevin, he didn't understand things on such a complex level. And what do I mean by that? Well, Stephen might have introduced this method of hacking using surface level knowledge, but once Kevin was hooked, he very quickly surpassed Stephen in skill and knowledge on the matter. Once Kevin had his feelers out and got on some even footing, he soon learned that there was what you could possibly call a social network used by other fellow phone phreakers, via the phone, of course. Kevin befriended a lot of them. He made connections with them, and they would even all attend get-togethers together for other people of the same hobby. But sadly, some of the phone freaks were, as Kevin put it himself, actual freaks, as in they were socially inept and generally uncool. But that's to be expected, I guess. So you're probably thinking, come on Dank, when do the computers get involved? And we'll get into that, you fucking zoomers. But Kevin initially didn't even enroll in the computer course offered at his school, since he didn't have the relevant maths or science courses to qualify. But once Kevin was introduced to the computing teacher and he saw how much Kevin had already learned on his own, along with how keen he was, he let Kevin join the class. Kevin was now able to again learn a new skill and adapt to a new set of tools for him to understand. the computer. He started learning Fortran and BASIC to older forms of programming languages, for those of you that aren't too familiar with coding, and only a few weeks into the class, he had actually written a script to steal passwords, which would then be stored in a secret file. Nothing too complex, but at the time, that was a pretty amazing feat for a teenager who had only been doing this for a couple of weeks. When he was asked why he did it, all he said was, "My friends and I thought it would be cool to get everyone's password." Well, alright then, you know, at least it's not a sinister reason. He just thought it would be cool and he was just doing it because he could. And this is one thing that I've come to learn about Kevin. It's that throughout all his life, there's usually not a complicated reason to why he does things. It usually all just boils down to because I wanted to see if I could. But sadly, this time, Kevin would get caught. All because of a snitch. Eventually, one of the lab monitors had snitched on him to the system administrator, and the next thing you know,
What's up, everybody? This is the React Man here, and today I want to discuss reaction content on YouTube and Twitch. What year is it? I thought this issue was solved and done with back in 2016 and 17, when the entire YouTube community came together to condemn this degenerate, thieving type of content. If you didn't know, there's been quite a bit of drama, but this all started with two incidents, one of them being Lemino posting a JFK documentary, which XQC and Hassan both reacted to and uploaded a video, copying the title, thumbnail, and much of the metadata, and re-uploading this reaction so soon after the original upload did feel a bit scummy. And the other instance that sparked this discussion was the ongoing feud between Jax Films and Sniper Wolf. But to start off, I really want to hear what Hassan has to say about all this. So we're going to be checking out one of his videos. This is responding to this again, React Day, okay?
Austin Ox can't help himself. It has to get me into trouble. But this is actually informative and pretty good, so I'm going to cover this part of it. The irony is, Austin Ox himself is an individual entity, okay? He is my editor, but he also works with other people, and this is what he does. He's a human being with his own thoughts and his own opinions. But because we are so conditioned into thinking like, oh no, dude, he's your slave. Everything that he does at your behest. When Austin Ox talks about reacting or whatever, people get super mad.
You know, this is kind of loud. There we go. Yeah, I'm just trying to make some steel bars. I figure if I'm going to be reacting to content, I might as well be grinding something in RuneScape. I'm pioneering a whole new type of reaction content. But as my name suggests, I am the ultimate authority on React content. The trademark is pending, but I think I will manage to wrestle it from the slimy hands of the fine bros. Criticism of reaction content has blown up in the last few weeks, and since the content cop turned in his badge and isn't patrolling the streets, many bad actors have gotten complacent. However, before talking about the bad type of reaction content, let's talk about the best. Old H3H3 videos are still top tier in this regard. Some of Ethan's most popular videos are just reactions, but they're way more than that, because he would incorporate skits, he would only play segments of the videos, not the entire things.
You game assassin, dude, you probably fucking sick!
And in most cases, his reactions made the content he was reacting to bearable.
What's up, guys? I'm Mo Bradbury. I'm Ethan Bradbury.
I cannot get over his face.
I can't focus on what he's saying. I'm Ethan Bradbury.
I think these are the best kinds of react videos, where the reaction or the response is the main focus or the main source of entertainment. This is what all reaction content should strive to do, be equally or more entertaining than the thing they're reacting to. And even when Ethan would play clips without him talking for extended periods, he'd add his own little edits in, make it transformative.
Be connected!
That shit is still legendary. This, in my opinion, is reaction content at its best. But if you want to see reaction content at its most deplorable, none do it worse than Sniper Wolf.
This dude is running sideways. What?
What she does is steal viral TikToks and reacts I can't put enough quotation marks in that word, but she spams out these react videos on her channel like a soulless factory production. Usually her editors make sure to crop out the watermarks of the user, and she never links these accounts in the description or gives them any shout out whatsoever. It is cold, calculated content thievery.
Stop! You violated the law.
She reaps all the benefits without doing any of the work. Says the Sniper Wolf's content is so lazy, soulless, boring, repetitive, stale, inhuman, and devoid of personality that Jax Films started a video series to improve her content, where he plays bingo with his audience as they wait and predict how she will react to a TikTok. He does this live on stream, so these are genuine predictions he makes.
Very strong chance Sniper Wolf will read the caption verbatim.
I opened my beads the wrong way.
Yeah. Please go to your bingo cards and please select reading caption word for word. Oh no, now they're not in their little dividers anymore. I really want that close up. Oh, no, I really want that. Let's see.
Oh no.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Sniper Wolf! I can read you like a book.
As a content creator who takes great pride in what I do, I would be fucking ashamed and utterly demoralized if anybody could do this with my videos. When faced with this criticism, how did Sister Sniper Wolf take it? You guessed it, by blaming sexism. I hate bringing gender into this, but no one ever attacks the male React channels.
Are you sure about that?
No, 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 and no.
No, you're bringing gender into this because it's your only defense. Because you know as well as we do that what you do is morally wrong and you produce shit tier content. Side note, you should also subscribe to Jax Films and watch his live streams on Twitch. He goes out of his way to point out each TikTok user that says a Sniper Wolf refuses to credit and steals content from, and he links their profile in the description of his videos. So it's Jax Films is doing your job for you. He's making your content interesting and crediting the people you are stealing from. But it gets worse. See, if you watch any of Sister Sniper Wolf's content for more than a few minutes, not that you'd be able to, as a few days later the police would find your brain splattered against the wall, but if you even just watch one video of hers, you'll notice Sniper Wolf has this odd pattern of narrating what we can all see with our own eyeballs.
Some chalky milk. Oh, that's not milk. Oh, it's become a slime.
So much so that her comment section has turned against her. Honestly, props to Leah, because I was not expecting the comment section to be on. Can't wait to play bingo with this one. I love how much insight she puts into these reaction vids, because damn, that's crazy. I love the part where she turned into a wolf and sniped everyone. I love the way she just explains what happens in the TikTok. She gets so much inspiration from her fans. This is, of course, in reference to YouTube putting out a tweet saying, where does Sniper Wolf get her ideas from? And she said, I get them from my fans, and these are the ideas. Re-uploaded TikToks.
She's about to sniper explain what we're watching. Bro's got a big old bag of liquid. She's gonna say something like that.
Bro has a bag.
Sniper Wolf, you continue to amaze me.
So she narrates everything that we can see with our own eyeballs. Now, you could chalk this up to just being a boring person with nothing valuable to say and making factory line production content, churning that out without any soul or passion whatsoever. You could chalk it up to that. However, astute observers have noticed that the reflection of the computer screen in her glasses is always white. You can see my ring light in these glasses, right? You can see the ring light there, but if I put on my other glass, you can see the light changing, right? If I put like a red wallpaper on, this is what I'm looking at, and you can see it in my glasses. But again, if you look at Sniper Wolf's glasses, it's always a white box. What does this mean? Well, it's almost as if she's looking at a script, a Microsoft Word document, and not actually the video she's reacting to.
Look at this. There's multiple instances in which you can see the reflection of her monitors in her fucking glasses, and it's just white. You see her microphone, and you see just a white screen. I don't see this video with the quirky trampoline white boy jumping off it and hurting himself. I see a fucking Google Doc. What the fuck?
Sniper Wolf is so fucking lazy. She's not even reacting to what's on screen. She's faking it. Just like she fakes her gameplay, she fakes her Instagram photos. This is the fakest bitch on YouTube, dude. You are faking the laziest type of content on the platform. Oh, but we're not done. It gets so much worse, ladies and gentlemen. One thing that always pisses me off with lazy content creators like this is when they reuse the same 4 faces in every thumbnail. Now, sometimes I reuse poses or faces, but it's generally spread out so that it's not noticeable at first glance. I've done this just a handful of times. You look at Sniper Wolf shit. Look at this garbage. Look at this. Just take one glance and look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
How are
7
ya?
videos with the same face. These 2 are just back to back. Oh my god, look at this unique thumbnail. Wow, it really stands out when you change. Let's go back a year and see how many times she made this face.
A few moments later.
22, 23, 24, 25, 26. You get the picture. Like, so this is the most disposable dog shit, lazy copy and pasted content one can possibly make. You are so lazy, you can't even just take like 30 minutes or an hour out of your day to set up a green screen and take various poses for thumbnails. Like, it's so fucking easy. It's a wonder this woman isn't starring in my 600-pound life, given how lazy she is. Sniper Wolf is also such a talentless hack that she thinks reacting to other people's content makes it hers and therefore makes it her original idea, because she like called out Mr. Beast for reacting to similar things she did. Like, imagine how detached from reality you have to be to think that you own content if you're the first person to react to it. Jesus Christ. But it gets worse, because I was watching one of her clips and she does this thing where she repeats the exact same clips and reactions in a video in order to stretch it out to 8 minutes so that she can put mid-roll ads.
What?
What can I do for you?
Oh, he jumped on like a little trampoline thing. I was like, there's no way. Bro just flew into the hoop. Dunked himself too. Does that count for extra inside? Mwah. I know a good chicken when I see one. What? I don't know how people jump this high. Oh, he jumped on like a little trampoline thing. I was like, there's no way.
This shit was spaced out like 40 seconds, dude. There's no end to the depths of depravity she will go. She will react to TikToks and then cut out the joke from the TikTok and pretend the joke is hers.
I have no doubt that the dam will be the target of the next Dark Iron threat.
The guy in the video
Most
said
of
she
the
hit me with a
security
Hadouken?
detail here
No, hold on.
was
We have a
reassigned
very
to the
serious
Alliance
accusation
front,
from someone in the
including my
Twitch
top
chat.
inspector.
She do.
That's why I
This
knew.
bitch hit my shit with Thor's
I
hammer.
spotted some Dark
This bitch
Iron
hit my
saps
shit with a
milling about
Hadouken.
the eastern ramp of the dam. Investigate the area and bring back a clue.
Okay, in all of my months of Jax films, this is probably the single most egregious thing you've ever done.
One of the most extreme examples of like content thievery is she stole a video from a guy whose original video had 1.6 thousand views at the time, and her video that included that re-uploaded video had 13.6 million views. There was no trickle down, no effort, no fucking care in the world. Sister Sniper Wolf, you are a thief, you are a scumbag. Everyone in the content creator hemisphere should unify and call you out on your bullshit.
Now, the main topic of Jack's video seems to be SS Sniper Wolf, aka Miss, sits there and watches other people's content for money and makes millions, including mine apparently, which I had no idea about. And yeah, it's extremely lazy and I hate it. I don't have any sympathy for thieves. Thieves being re-uploaders and people who just sit in the corner of a video making money off of other people's content.
Jax Films is 100% right in that YouTube themselves should not be promoting your kind of content, your kind of strategy, especially at VidCon, as it sends the message to creators that stealing someone else's hard work is a better approach than making your own.
There's a lot of nuances to
making reaction
content, and clearly
Sniper Wolf gets all of it wrong. It's entirely possible to make React videos ethically.
And recently a YouTuber named TheActman made a great journey through time looking at some of mainstream media's finest pieces on gaming. So I just wanted to share some of their highlight montage here with their best takes in gaming. I'll put a link to Actman's video in the description descriptions, that way you can see
Heed
all of
my
the stories,
Stick
because,
to the roads
wow,
and stop
they're
for
really
nothing.
something special.
But it's also very easy to screw this up. It's easy for a large creator to keep an eye on trending videos, to quickly upload a reaction in order to steal, siphon, or cannibalize the viewership of that smaller creator. The biggest detriment of reaction content is that someone who watches the reaction is much less likely to watch the original. This problem is a lot less relevant for small creators reacting to bigger ones. For example, a channel with like 3,000 subs watches a video of mine in its entirety and gets 10k views. That doesn't really affect me at all. You know, I'm happy they're watching it and sharing their enjoyment with their audience. But it becomes more significant when big creators react to each other or big to small. There was a recent case with my Diablo 4 fanboys video. It started off really well, getting pretty good views the first day. Then Asmongold uploaded a reaction to it, got good views the second day, but then the video fell off harder than Quebblecop on the third day. What I realized is that if you're a big creator who's going to react to someone's video, you should wait at least 4 days for it to be pushed in the algorithm naturally. And that's what Asmon and I talked about and agreed on after this happened. In this way, it creates buildup for his audience. They'll ask him to watch the video and they just have to wait patiently. So when he finally does, his audience is gonna be excited. It means that my video will do better in turn, and so will his. You can see the difference in views on these two videos despite them being on the same game. I like Asmongold. He's a big ass nerd like me who loves talking about video games, and he's reacted to a bunch of my videos. As someone who takes passion in what I do, I enjoy watching those reactions. They always do really well on his channel, and some might say, but Actman, he's stealing views from you. Those views belong to you. Maybe they do. I can't say for certain, but what I can say is a lot of people who are subscribed to my channel wouldn't be subscribed if Asmongold never made these videos. And that goes for Charlie as well, reacting to like my Elden Ring hot takes video and many others. These moments have boosted my channel in really positive ways, and I think it's because the people watching the videos and reacting to them enjoyed it and promoted my channel in the proper way. And that brings us to XQC, who is somehow way better than Sniper Wolf at making reaction videos. His problem is that he does less reacting and more re-uploading, but all too often he just sits there for minutes at a time without uttering a peep, and his editors don't cut out like the dead air. So there's these long stretches of him not saying anything, providing no insight, not transforming the content, essentially just re-uploading it to YouTube.
XQC reacted to my TikTok, right? I had a clip of it, but apparently like yesterday, XQC decided to take that clip and post it on his YouTube channel. Finish the sentence. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. I'm going to stream. Stay away from her. That's a banger of a reaction. Dude's webcam froze for a few seconds there. I don't even think he blinked in that clip.
Hasan and XQC do come from a different branch of content creation than YouTubers, right? Live streaming is very much a what have you done for me recently type of content creation. So the idea of leaving for 5 minutes to take a dump means they think they'll lose viewers, which they might. But if you're reacting to a video, I can't imagine anything being more disrespectful than viewing it as so unimportant that you can just let it play and just get up and you're not even reacting to it. And then you miss so much context because 5-10 minutes of the video have gone by, you come back, you don't even know what the fuck you're reacting to anymore.
It just feels like Hasan wanted to not be streaming anymore, but didn't want to lose those stream dollars, like outside of the camera being on him. How is it any different than him just watching a YouTube video off stream? It just rubs me the wrong way. Like, how do you think of your viewers to just stream your break? Dude, what am I supposed to do? Die?
You're not gonna die, Hasan. Your heart will keep beating. Neither is your channel going to die. Believe it or not, you've got a pretty sizable and consistent audience. I think many of them are loyal to you and understand that even you, Hasan Piker, need to take a shit sometimes.
And you do not have my permission to walk away from my
For the
videos.
record, I'm not actually walking away for an extended period of time. Like, what are you supposed to do if there's an emergency and you have
Just
to get
say,
up?
wait, I'll be right back.
Yeah, you can. Well, that, and also you can pause it. But the problem is,
pause the video.
When you pause the video, it's just like makes the content awful. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but like.
That's no. I'm just telling you. No. I know. You're right.
You say, guys, put on a song or something. You know what I mean? Fucking
Absolutely
show.
right.
Just pause the video, dude. Just pause the video. Come back later. I will give props to XQC for at least bothering to use unique faces in each of his thumbnails. And unlike Asmongold, XQC doesn't seem to have any standard for the content he uploads to his YouTube channel and has no regard for how his reaction videos might affect smaller creators. He did try to debate Ethan Klein on this subject, and I use the word debate pretty loosely because he started doing the worm. But when presented with evidence that a reaction video of his had negative consequences for a smaller creator, XQC didn't deny it. He just called the guy a paid actor.
XQC, he really just steals my shit, entertains his audience of hundreds of hours I put into my videos while I get just a link in the YouTube description. The problem isn't the reacting, it's the re-uploading of my video with his face on the thumbnail, and I don't DMCA him because I don't want the Twitter drama.
Oh.
This is XQC. He's been cannonaded this afternoon by all the enemies of his life. His insecurity has shelled him. His sensitivity has straddled him with humiliation. His deep-rooted disquiet about his own worth has zeroed in on him, landed on target, and blown him apart. Mr. XQC, who in just a moment will move into the Twilight Zone in a desperate search for survival.
He doesn't want the Twitter drama.
Wait, why are you... Well, hold on. This guy says you stole his shit. Why are you denigrating that? I think you should take this seriously.
Well, because one, he's a paid actor, right? Which is, I think... Well, I mean, that's a paid actor, 100%.
Wait, what? What did you say?
Oh, it's a paid actor.
Yo, is this person fucking retarded?
Yes.
No, you can't trust this guy. He's part of a conspiracy plot against me. Really, dog? It was at this moment XQC lost the debate as well as any authority on the subject of React content and pretty much showed everyone that he's just incredibly lazy. Don't make React videos like XQC. I think it's a problem for almost any creator if the bulk of their content is reaction based, because then they become defined by what they're watching and not what they themselves make. If you rely too much on reaction videos, then inevitably you'll lose your own talents and touch as a content creator. But from the way XQC makes content on his YouTube channel, you'd assume he's someone who's never worked hard for anything. But the dude used to be one of the best players in Overwatch, so that's not true. I like XQC. I think he's been acting like a clown recently, but I like him. The reason I and many others are upset in calling him out is because I feel that he's way better than this. He doesn't need to resort to this sort of like bottom tier content in order to entertain his audience. In fact, one of my favorite videos of him was like a stream he did where he just went to the gym, and it was so fucking awesome and wholesome to see this guy out of his element. Like, why don't you do more stuff like this? You know? Like, this is so fucking... Look at the positive response you got. It takes balls to stream himself struggling with the bar. Yeah, this is why I respected XQC. But now you look at his channel, most of it's not even gaming related. It's just reacting to everything. Well, there's some gaming content. XQC, of course, got a massive contract with Kick. And money does something to people. Money changes the weak-willed. Fans of American football might remember a feller named Jamarcus Russell. You know where I'm going with this. This guy got a $93 million contract with the Oakland Raiders, and after that he seemingly jumped off a cliff and had no fucking passion for the game at all. He took the guaranteed money and ran. I see this same like change and lack of passion in XQC.
So like, I mean, just right.
Chat, why is the chat not coming out for react harder? Chat, I guess.
This is a video on XQC's channel. Look at the fucking clusterfuck that is on screen. You've got Ethan and Hassan. You've got XQC's chat overlaid the chat below. You have a video within a video. XQC's face is on screen 3 separate times. What the fuck is this? What the fuck kind of video is this?
What the hell am I looking at?
What are you reacting to? How does your audience make sense of any of this shit? Cut to just your face. How about that? I found another clip from a video I got called out for reacting, and I want to show it to you guys.
What's up, guys? What's up, guys? Guys, welcome to chat. Welcome to my channel, chat. My name is XC. Today we're doing a deep dive analysis on this video. We're doing a react today, chat. The react number 1 today is XC actually this dumb?
Okay, so you're making fun of people that are calling you out for lazy reaction content, and your response is to do what they're asking you to do. Look, you added some text. Your editors did a little animation on it too. Like, yeah, that's slightly transformative, guys. He's learning. He's learning. So Muda made a tweet that blew up this whole thing and said, just a shame garbage like this fills the recommended tab. And XQC responded, I wonder what triggers people like you so much. Revenue share, audience split, algorithm? Yes, all of those things trigger people whose content is being stolen because every single YouTube channel relies on revenue, the algorithm, and their audience in order to be successful. What are you talking about? I've seen this complaint a million times, and most public figures figures try to attack it from multiple angles just to fall flat on their face. If you've heard this complaint so often, perhaps a little introspection is necessary. Moo to clap back with, I know you're not the brightest, but I didn't expect you to be this intellectually dishonest. Nothing is inherently triggering when you view live content on a different platform. It's when you re-upload the content to the same platform and have it copy the same metadata to further cannibalize. This hits the nail right on the head. When people essentially try to siphon that same revenue and that same audience off of a video by making it look as similar as possible to it and re-uploading that so soon after the original post. But XQC does link the video. Look at that. Let's check it out. Does he link Mr. Beast's video? Yes, he does. Honey V2? Yep, he links it. So the reason I point this out is to illustrate how fucking awful Sniper Wolf is. So yeah, the more you listen to XQC on the topic of reaction content, the more you realize that he's merely coping and unable to withstand constructive criticism. He whines and moans about other creators being insecure, but then tries to flex his wealth on people like Ethan Klein. It's like, are you trying to be a spitting image of rice scum? What's wrong with you? Might does not make you right. Money does not make you funny. Okay. Overall, reaction videos, like all content on YouTube, takes time to make a good. XQC and Sniper Wolf are two creators with more than the means at their disposal to make genuinely good reaction videos, to credit the people involved, to not siphon that audience away from them, and to shout those people out. But I just wanted to do my due diligence in trying to keep this platform nice and clean and point out the bad actors in it. So thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed the video. Leave a like if you did and subscribe to the Act Man for more awesome content. All right, everyone, that's all I got for today. This is the Act Man signing out. Peace.
If there's one thing gamers love more than playing video games, it's talking trash about video games. It's like a historic pastime. I've been complaining about sniper jackals for 15 years. Gamers especially love to criticize the people that make the games we spend half our lives playing. Why, yes, I do have over 3,000 hours on League of Legends. Wow, you must really enjoy that game. Every company in Corpo strives to be three things in the eyes of their sheep, consumers. Respected, trusted, and admired. Sometimes one crossed wire, one screw up, and kablooey! That's all it takes to exchange your beloved 15-year reputation for $3.50 in-store credit. But one company's reputation in the gaming landscape was beyond legendary. Valve. These humble programmers were more than just another developer. No, Valve was a revolution.
Can I have some more?
Folks, this is your captain speaking, informing you that this is not a Super Hot Fire diss track on Valve. Because I'm not a rapper.
I'm not a rapper.
Instead, I want to examine how Valve rose to prominence as the good guy of game developers. The great things they've done for the community, how they became a sleazy money-grubbing corporation, and the way they've fallen, in my eyes, as a game creator and company I once looked up to. Likely some of you are devout followers of the Church of Valve, and the title may upset you. To these people, I really just want to say, Valve may not be the company you think they are. And I ask that you give this video a fair shake before you start throwing your head crabs at me. Moving on.
Hello, I'm Gabe Newell. You've just achieved first blood. Thanks and have fun.
Legends say, the man known as Lord Gaben is no man at all, but a messiah. It is said that he rebelled against the tyranny of Microsoft to establish his own studio, with blackjack and hookers. Every developer envied Valve, but it wasn't that petty like, this bitch makes better games than me. No. They achieved a godlike status with millions of dedicated followers, willing to wait through years of delays for new releases. The Church of Valve was and still is a thriving community, eager to splurge on every Steam sale. People would smile with pride as they handed Gabe their wallets.
I mean, Valve was basically the Rocky Balboa of game developers, a perennial underdog who somehow he keeps winning, and fought tooth and nail till they reached the top and didn't stop there.
You remember me? Who am I?
But the reason behind the rise of Valve and why they became so admired, trusted, and respected is because they were damn good at what they did. 1996, Mike Harrington and Gabe Newell peace out from Microsoft and invest a few $1 million to form their own game studio. 1998, Valve comes out swinging, baby. Woo, Half-Life 1, baby. How you like that? Inspires the entire shooter genre to start writing actual stories and set a new standard for artificial intelligence, showing off how NPCs could uniquely respond and interact with the player.
Excuse me, Gordon, but I'm rather busy now.
The new millennium. Valve releases an unknown gem that I think only 20 people have ever played, Counter-Strike! But instead of single player, this time they revolutionize multiplayer shooters and usher in the era of one of the most popular video games of all time, setting the stage for esports and competitive gaming to become the billion-dollar titan it is today. 2004, Crowbar Attack 2 launches, and somehow Mr. Krabs has managed to improve his Krabby Patty formula, showing the world just how innovative and fun messing around with physics can be. Steam comes out roughly the same time, paving the way for digital distribution of games through online platforms. 2006 rolls around. You ever heard of my boy Gary and his mod? Valve gives the power to the people. You can make whatever kind of game you want. Hell, Valve might even sell it for you. 2007, the Red Box releases, blows off everyone's nutsack, creating the subgenre of hero shooters with Team Fortress 2, hooking it up baddie style with Half-Life 2, both episodes, and getting people to realize, yo, puzzle games are actually lit. Valve sold 3 premium games and 2 expansions for $50. That was, and still is, one of the best deals ever in gaming. 2 years later, it's Coach, baby! 2 of the greatest co-op shooters ever made come out back to back. 2012, Counter-Strike is back in black with Global Offensive. 2013, Valve snatches Dota away from the clutches of Blizzard, creating the biggest and most lucrative esports scene in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not even doing all of this justice. Valve didn't just make awesome games, they revolutionized them. Every major title they put out either broke trends and set new ones, or completely changed the way we think and interact with video games. Valve bought all the right items and had perfect creep score in the early and mid game, establishing a firm dominance on the PC market, a monopoly that only in recent years is seeing more competition. Valve would go to infinity and beyond. They were much more involved with their fan base than any other developer was at the time.
Do you want to pretend to be Ringo?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Newell himself, famous for reading every single fan mail.
My username is gayben at valvesoftware.com, and my password is MooleyFTW. And steal my account if you can. I get about 10,000 emails each time we release a game. And while I can't respond to all of them, I do read all of them.
Part of what made Valve so easy to love was how relatable they were to the average nerd. In many ways, Valve treated their community as equals, asking for help when Half-Life 2 got leaked, and getting nothing but support. They encouraged people to mod their games and make brand new ones, and would fly out the people behind them like IceFrog and Min Lee to work for Valve. Valve was built up by both its employees and the community. They were as innovative as they were consumer friendly. Never content with releasing a title the vast majority wouldn't be ecstatic about. Every scrap of success Valve has ever had, nobody can deny they earned that shit. With all this money coming in, endless opportunities opened up for Valve Corporation. And that's when they really started to feel like a corporation. Nobody stays in the same place forever except that kind elderly lady that bags your groceries at Safeway. You wish she could just retire, but for some reason she can't. But to understand the secret behind Valve's success and their new identity as that company that used to make kick-ass games, we have to look at
how they're managed. What's the secret sauce, Gabe? Disclaimer, I don't work at Valve. I'm not pretending to. This is just how my tiny monkey brain understands everything. Valve is so fascinating because they've made tremendous achievements with the most unorthodox methods. Up until 2004,
BioWare have bad news. life's becoming such a flurry. Can't you see that there's light in the dark? Nothing's quite what it seems in the city of dreams. Rainbows tinted with gold. All the stories we've been told. Still our love is yours to behold. Nothing's quite what it seems in the city of dreams. Everybody was kung fu fighting. Those kids were fast as lightning. In fact, it was a little bit frightening, but they fought with expert timing. There were funky Chinamen from funky Chinatown. They were chopping them up, they were chopping them down. It's an ancient Chinese art, and everybody knew their part. From a fainting to a slip, and a kicking from the hip. Everybody was kung fu fighting. Those kids were fast as lightning. In fact, it was a little bit frightening. Yeah, but they fought with expert timing. There was Funky Billy Chin and Little Sammy Chung. He said, "Here comes the big boss. Let's get it on." We took a bow and made a stand. Started swaying with the hand. Sudden motion made me skip. Now we're into a brand new trip. Everybody was kung fu fighting. Those kids were fast as lightning. In fact, it was a little bit frightening, but they did it with expert timing. Oh yeah. Try to be best, cause you're only a man, and a man's got to learn to take it. Try to believe, though the going gets rough, that you gotta hang tough to make it. History repeats itself, try and you succeed. Never doubt that you're the one, and you can have your dream. You're the best around, nothing's gonna ever keep you down. You're the best around, and nothing's gonna ever keep you down. You're the best around, nothing's gonna ever keep you down.
planes. If you catch me at the border, I got visas in my name. If you come around here, I'll make 'em all day. I get one down in a second if you wait. I fly like paper, get high like planes. If you catch me at the border, I got visas in my name. If you come around here, I'll make 'em all day. I get one down in a second if you wait. Sometimes I think sitting on trains. Every step I get to, I'm clocking that game. Everyone's a winner, we're making our fame. Bonafide hustler, making my name. Sometimes I think sitting on trains. Every step I get to, I'm clocking that game. Everyone's a winner, we're making our fame. Bonafide hustler, making my name. All I wanna do is take your money. 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 Pirates, skulls and bones, sticks and stones and weed and bombs. Running when we hit 'em. Lethal poison for the system. Pirates, skulls and bones, sticks and stones and weed and bombs. Running when we hit 'em. Lethal poison for the system. No one on the corner has swagger like us. Hit me on my banner, prepaid wireless. We pack and deliver like UPS trucks. Already going hell, just pumping that gas. No one on the corner has swagger like us. Hit me on my banner, prepaid wireless. We pack and deliver like UPS trucks. Already going hell, just pumping that gas. All I wanna do is take your money. 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 MIA, third world democracy. Yeah, I got more records than the KGB. So, no funny business. You already are. years and my life is still trying to get up that great big hill of hope for a destination. I realized quickly when I knew I should that the world was made up of this brotherhood of man, for whatever that means. Into a crisis times when I'm lying in bed just to get it all out what's in my head, and I am feeling a little peculiar. Into a wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get real high and I scream from the top of my lungs, what's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, yeah, hey, yeah, yeah. I said, hey, what's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, yeah, hey, yeah, yeah. I said, hey, what's going on? And I try. Oh my God, do I try? I try all the time in this institution. And I pray. Oh my God, do I pray? I pray every single day for revolution. Into a crisis times when I'm lying in bed just to get it all out what's in my head, and I am feeling a little peculiar. Into a wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get real high and I scream from the top of my lungs, what's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, yeah, hey, yeah, yeah. I said, hey, what's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, yeah, hey, yeah, yeah. I said, hey, what's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, yeah, hey, yeah, yeah. I said, hey, what's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, yeah, hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. I said, hey, what's going on? Years and my life is still trying to get up that great big hill of hope for a destination.
to be in the backdrop set of a movie, praying that someone famous will sue me. And I'm contemplating on whether I'm crazy or maybe I just need to wake up. I've been thinking about my mindset. It's so divisive, pruning all my vices. So maybe I'll run, 'cause I've got nothing else to do. Maybe I'm done, 'cause I've got nothing left to prove. Maybe I'll die, bleach my hair and burn my eyes. Or maybe I'm fine, maybe I'm fine. I hit you up with self-deprecation, beating you to the punchline. Needed some space and evacuated, wishing I wasn't tongue-tied up with my problems, self-medicating, never could solve them. My body's racing with no competition, can nobody listen? I'm so unforgiving to myself. I've been thinking about my mindset. It's so divisive, pruning all my vices. I've been thinking about my mindset. A conscious so divisive, pruning all my vices. So maybe I'll run, 'cause I've got nothing else to do. Maybe I'm done, 'cause I've got nothing left to prove. Maybe I'll die, bleach my hair and burn my eyes. Or maybe I'm fine, maybe I'm fine. Tell me it's alright, show me it's okay. Tell me I'll be fine, so I don't run away. Tell me it's alright, show me it's okay. Tell me I'll be fine, so I don't run away.
Perfect. All right, and James ran in. Everyone's confused?
many. And it should be set to W for...
We hate fucking niggers! Hour ago, but we still in this.
お前が戦うことはない。
なぜ？
お前は女だ。
今のあなたの目の前に立っているのはこの村を守るための一人の戦士マミヤよ。
女でなければ胸を隠す必要などない。
There happen to be two N's. Yep. Got a free play. I. Yep, two I's. $500.
G.
I thought you might say that. Two G's.
Two G's. We'd like to buy an E.
Yeah, we have two E's for you.
Oh my god.
Yeah. That's what I know. They got me.
Same ladies.
Yes.
R. What?
And here come three R's. Yeah, you're doing very well here. These are $3,900.
What?
You so beautiful, show me your vagina. Send me naked pic, hello bitch lasagna. Your bob's very big, I'm kiss your bobs. In plenty it is wow, nice your cock. Let's have sexy sex, cloth off. I am not doing sex with my mom. Fuck you as I can with my cock. I assure you can enjoy a lot. I want to suck your boobs, put my ass in your asshole. Ooh, baby, what is your bone size? Milk truck just arrived. Big boob girl, hi, hi. Are you fucked tonight? I wanna kiss your vagina for 2 hours, then put my 1 foot penis in your vagina. You will happy, wanna kiss your panty. Boobs are awesome, boobs are awesome. You so beautiful.
See them work things out for themselves.
Yeah,
Barbie.
Oh, Huggy. They have the sauce up on the night table. I got a cup of it, I said. Left it up there breathing. Why don't you give the chicken to these people that's going up and...
What's up?
My nipples, they're very large. My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. He wrote it, my
that's it. I guess that's it.
Well, what's this? Oh, no, 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 no. I mean, it's not as bad as I... Ah, no. I gotta rinse what's in my teeth. It's...
Zum Beispiel alle aus Harry Potter ermordet wurden. Dann haben sie mich dazu gebracht, sie Eisdreck, Taschengeld, die
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You were the clock that was ticking in my home. Change my state of mind.
Ladies and gentlemen,
So hard to find.
we got him.
You were
Welcome to the time machine. To take and try the un.
Stop resisting, please comply. Stop resisting, please comply. Stop resisting, please comply. Stop!
Don't open your
Don't
mouth.
resist. Stop resisting.
Don't open your mouth. Let's go, Tristan.
Don't open
Stop
your mouth.
resisting.
Stop resisting.
Don't open your mouth.
Stop resisting. Stop resisting.
Oh my God!
Oh my God! Oh my God! Let's go, Zach! Zach, you're fine. Let's go. Zach, you're fine. Let's go. You're fine. Let's go. Oh, it sucks.
Gay! Oh, nigga, you gay! Beautiful friend.
you want to. Don't be what you want to. Don't be want to. Don't be pick it up. 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 What you want to. Don't be what you want to. Don't be want to. Don't be pick it up. 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 Pick it what you want to. Don't be what you want to. Don't be want to. Don't be
Stop.
With your feet on the air, your head on the ground. just greenery and humid air. Then Labor Day came and went, and we shed what was left of our summer skin.
Just browsing my wares, or is there something specific I can help you find today? Have you come seeking training in the ways of armed combat?
I trust the light is with you, adventurer. Is there something that I can help you with?
If you've come looking for the finest craftsmanship on this or any other continent in the world, then you've come to the right place. Grim and Elmore, at your service. You're here.
Do you bring word from Central Command? No Marine has fallen under the control of those dastardly trolls. The situation is grave, but perhaps you can help, adventurer. Deep in the dead mines is a functional goblin shredder. Find that ship and bring back the intact power supply. Where there's power
You got my attention. Ah, a request from one of the Stormpites. That's a proud clan, full of quality dwarves. Rich ones too. Thank you, adventurer. I'll get to work on Mountaineer Stormpike's shield by the end of the day. What? We were deep in a vast mine in Westfall, hidden beneath a barn in Moonbrook. No clue where these stinking thieving types came from. Anyway, the mine tunnel collapsed on us. I got out, but the others... well, the others haven't been heard from. You look like you might have better luck in there. If you could look for my brother, I'd be thankful. He always carried his Explorers League badge. If you can't find it, that badge would at least give me some peace of mind. Many of my friends perished that horrible day when the mine tunnel caved in. If your adventures happen to bring you into that wing of the mine in Moonbrook, please keep an eye out for any sign which might identify them. If you come across any of their miners' union cards, bring them back to me, and I'll make sure their families get some resolution from this horrible accident.
charging.
left in a rush, and I forgot to pack my pocket watch. Verna's PA gave me that watch on our wedding day, and I feel just sick knowing those thieves have it. I left the pocket watch in the wardrobe at the farmhouse. Look for the field of pumpkins to the west. You can't miss it. If you bring it back to me, I'm sure be grateful.
I never thought the day would come when I'd leave the farm, but the fields are overrun with thieves, and it's far too dangerous for us here now. As soon as Farmer Furlbrow gets the wagon fixed, we'll be on our way. Maybe you could do me a favor? Let me scribble down my recipe for westfall stew. Please take it to Salma Saldine over on the farm yonder. The Saldines farm is just beyond the fork in the road. Poor old Blanchie. Such a tired beast after all the work we put her through. I fed her before we left the farm, but we weren't expecting the wagon to break on us. If you could bring her a few handfuls of oats from the fields, I'd be grateful. I bet you could find some around all of the farms in Westfall. If you can steer clear of those horrific machines that have taken over. There are several farms southwest of here.
Rough times, huh, adventurer? No matter where you turn, someone needs help, and my wife and I are no exception. Look at what has happened in this place. These lands were once occupied by good farm folk.
That Verna was always such a sweet lad.
Well,
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet.
The People's Militia has but one goal: to defend the lands of Westfall and return peace to our surroundings. Unfortunately, the price of peace is often blood. One of my scouts has brought word of a band of Defias trappers wreaking havoc nearby. I have reports of Defias trapper sightings near the Jangle Lode mine to the northwest, as well as at the Molson Farm and Pearlbro. The band of wretches, Stormwind, had Where are you going? Well, if you're looking to get there quickly, then look no further. You have to get this note to Stormwind. That's not a problem. You can take one of my griffins. For a small fee, you can take a griffin to Stormwind so you can deliver Lewis's note to Osric. You won't get there faster any other way. If that sounds acceptable, then just speak to me again when you're ready for the ride. I'll charge you a little, but trust me, it'll be worth it. The Defias front is constantly shifting. I've been following their movements for quite some time now. On a side note, I've ascertained that many members of the gang can be tracked by the red leather bandanas they wear. Bring me 15 of these bandanas and I'll see to it you are rewarded.
That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet.
Won't you come see about me? I'll be distance, I can't deny you. I got the feeling, can't satisfy you. I got your picture on the wall. I got the picture long gone. You keep your wishes, I'll keep my feelings. There goes another one that kept me breathing. I'm waiting for you. I know you're leaving. I'll still adore you. You never leave me. Hold on, I'll find another way to let you go away.
spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
The things you told me to hit speed. I'm burning slowly. I'm growing.
That's still recharging. I can't
You
cast
bring
that
me
yet.
closer to yesterday. Yesterday's a million miles away. Why can't you hear
That
me?
spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging.
And I don't understand what keeps me
That spell
breathing.
isn't ready yet.
I'm waiting for you. I know you're leaving. I'll still adore you.
I can't cast
You'll
that.
never need
That's still recharging.
I'll find another way to let you go away. Hold on. You find another way to bleed my soul away.
I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging.
Find another way to let you go.
I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet.
Hold on. You find another way to bleed my soul away. Hold on. Find another way to let you
I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging.
Well, I guess it would be nice if I could touch your body. I know not everybody has got a body like me, but I gotta think twice before I give my heart away. And I know all the games you play, 'cause I play them too.
That spell
Oh,
isn't
but
ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
from that emotion, trying to pick my heart up off the floor. misfit. You speak with opinions, too sinking so deep, but it's alright. You're just an illusion, confused by your narrow mind. Reality is up ahead in the distance, but that lack of persistence has left you behind. Now you're reaching for your sanity, cause you're afraid of me, so don't fuck with me. You wanna ask me a question? Well, I got a question. How much longer can I tolerate this shit? Ego's trip when you're living on the flip side. Drop out of a uterus and die. Damn, I see you pointing your finger. You stereotype me, cause you don't like me. Well, you don't even know me.
Still recharging. I can't carry anymore. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell
In a flash, I'll change the universe, release a world I
That's still recharging.
I'm so sick and tired of watching those who say you never do. And you're right. You're right. You're right.
I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging.
And this waiting seems to last for hours as I wait patiently. And it's hard to find the strength inside to be who I should be. And you're right. You're right. You're right. Why should I believe the words you're telling me are true? It doesn't seem like anybody feels the way I do. I'm not too proud to say when I was wrong. Everyone hates to know it all. So I thought I'd change the universe and the world I thought I knew. But it seems that change is relative to what we believe is true. And you're right. You're right. You're right.
That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging.
Red face, empty glass.
I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging.
What you've seen, it may not be a lot to me. May not be a lot to me. But I still feel for you. Take your drink, don't say a word. Sit there on your own as straight as possible. Where has everybody gone? Don't you know anyone anymore? I wonder what you think about and who you are. Red face, empty glass, reminisce on what has passed, where you've been and who you've met. What you've seen, it may not be a lot to me.
Inventory is full.
May not be a lot to me, but I still feel for you. Take your drink, don't say a word. You sit there on your own as straight as possible. Where has everybody gone? Don't you know anyone anymore? I wonder what you think about
That spell isn't ready yet.
and who you are. Take your drink, don't say a word. Sit there on your own as straight as possible. Where has everybody gone? Don't you know anyone anymore? I wonder what you think about and who you are.
I can't cast that yet. That'd still be charging. I need to get closer. That spell isn't ready yet. That'd still be charging. I can't cast that yet.
I hope you strapped your belt on. What? Hey, citizen. You look like a stout one. We guards are spread a little thin out here, and I could use your help. Ah, good. Another volunteer? We're getting a lot of you these days. I hope it's enough. The human lands are threatened from without, and so many of our forces have been marshaled abroad. This, in turn, leaves room for corrupt and lawless groups to thrive within our borders. It is a many-fronted battle we wage. Your first task is one of cleansing, adventurer. A clan of kobolds have infested the woods to the north. Go there and fight the kobold vermin you find. Reduce their numbers so that we may one day drive them from North. Hagen Peltz for some of the wolves. That's good news because we're seeing a lot more wolves in Northshire Valley lately. If you're interested, then speak with Egan. He's around the side of the alley to the left. That's true. I'm looking for someone to hunt me some wolves. Are you that person? I hate those nasty timber wolves, but I sure like eating wolf steaks. Bring me tough wolf meat, and I will exchange it for something you'll find useful. Tough wolf meat is gathered from hunting the timber wolves and young wolves wandering the Northshire countryside.